Hey guys, how we doing? Welcome. We have a tier live review to go through. I watched this live, but I was kind of busy, so like I've kind of got half information on certain things, and like I've not really been able to deep dive into it or anything like that. So this is going to be half blind react because like I kind of know the broader things they talk about and kind of the those kind of things, and then we're going to be talking about my opinion on certain things, and then we're going to be playing Hero Siege because we've made a lot of progress on that one. So I'm looking forward to actually switching. So let's start with the reveal.
Welcome everyone to Torchlight.
Why so loud?
Infinite's Lunaria season preview.
There we go.
Andre,
That's fine.
Community manager. This season, we're excited to bring you Torchlight Infinite's 3rd anniversary, and with it comes a ton of content, tons of rewards.
But this is the 3rd anniversary. Sure. Did you know that?
Seasonal gameplay, a new permanent Netherrealm mechanic, a new summoning system, a brand new hero, and a season progression system.
This was
that
huge.
Overhauls the trade framework. Let's break it all down. Let's
go.
With the new seasonal mechanic, Lunaria. The Lunaria gameplay is bringing a very straightforward and high-output farming loop. In the Netherrealm, you'll enter regions.
By the way, TLI, thank you for adding subtitles. Actually helps a lot. Appreciate it.
Together with lunar stone statues. Walk up to them, use your lunar ring to cover as many statues as possible, and hit the strum button to wake them up.
No. As a controller gamer, anything that has me press a button, I hate. Anything that has me press a button, I hate. Because like on PC, right, on keyboard and mouse, you can keep behind the button and it's kind of fine. But if I have to let go of my controller every single map to press a keyboard button, I'm going to lose it. There's a reason I don't do any mechanics that involve having to manually swap pack spirits. Like I hate that shit. So having to press it, I'm against. But I do know if a bit further down, they do mention a way of like kind of automating it. Odds that'll be mandatory for me because, you know.
The awakened Lunaria creatures drop.
So does it have an AoE? Because it didn't look like
farming loop.
It didn't look like
you'll enter
it showed an AoE.
Stone statues.
It kind of So it kind of looks like it's got brighter. They're kind of dark. And then they brighten up. These are darker, and then they brighten up. So the ones that are in AoE are brighter.
As many statues as possible, and hit the strum button to wake them up. The awakened Lunaria creatures drop loot immediately on death, along with energy for your next strum. Very simple gameplay.
Along with energy for the next strum.
Along with energy for your next strum. Very simple gameplay loop, just strum, kill, rise, and repeat. Here's a quick tip, you can actually bind the strum button to a hotkey for a much smoother mapping experience. The more statues you awaken in a single strum, the higher your combo count. And combo count directly multiplies your drop rewards. More statues circle means more monsters, a bigger drop bonus, and a larger haul. While farming, you may actually randomly trigger lunar omens, special surprise events that shake up the loop.
Okay.
Here's what you can expect from them. When Lunar Radiance triggers, a gleaming golden statue appears on the map. The monster underneath drops substantially better loot than the standard statues.
This seems... Is it just me that's looking at it and thinking this is going to be so fucking rippy?
Dark Moon's Descent triggers...
Shit is going to kill us so much. Like, especially in the campaign. I'm looking at this shit and I'm just thinking, oh god, we're gonna die. We are going to die. And we're going to die some more.
Take it down and it's going to drop some serious loot. When Moonlit Revival triggers, every Lunaria creature currently on the map reverts back into a single statue. The area instantly...
When what?
Lunaria creature currently on the map reverts back into a single statue. The area instantly fills back up with statues, giving you another full strum opportunity. But if lunar omens weren't enough, there's actually another layer, Rhapsodies. During a run, you may trigger a Rhapsody theme that fundamentally changes the rules of the encounter. These are high variance events that can massively swing your rewards.
These are random
With the lunar
encounters.
reverberation, each statue activates sponsor replacement, so the density keeps rising, but your lunar rings area keeps shrinking. Find the most packed area and work it efficiently. In the Moonrise Rhapsody, the lunar harp no longer consumes energy, so that means unlimited strums. If your current strum activates more statues than the previous one, a moonlight casket full of loot spawns randomly on the map. It requires one more strum to open, but the payoff is worth it. This season there are nearly 10 Rhapsody variants, each with very distinct mechanics.
Can we tilt favorites? The ones we like?
Lunar omens can also appear during Rhapsodies, layering additional effects on top. You can think of lunar harp tuning as your mod, and you can use it to customize your setup. Collect lunar strings during gameplay, and slot them onto the lunar harp for different effects. These aren't just passive stat bumps, but they
Okay. So this is now the meta
actually
progression.
meaningfully change how the mechanic plays. For strum optimization, equip Mirror's Ripples. It shows you the statue
If no statues, destroy all remaining statues and summon one.
count inside your lunar ring in real time. If you hate leaving statues on the map, Chaos String instantly activates everything with a single button. And if you just want to go hands-free and zoom across the map,
This is a legendary one. That scares me. When 6 or more statues can be activated in a lunar ring, auto strum, unable to auto strum during Rhapsody. But lunar ring radius is increased by 0.5.
Celestial Reaver. Once you hit a statue threshold, the lunar harp triggers itself automatically. There's a lot of different lunar string.
That is what I'll probably use as the controller user.
So whether you're optimizing for maximum combo count or prefer maximum setup,
that is probably what I would end up using.
Next up, let's discuss a new growth mechanic, the creation engine. You'll find creation engines scattered throughout the maps. Activate one and various creation crystals begin floating while creation sentries spawn to guard the machine.
What are creation sentries?
Sentries and a random crystal lights up. Once all sentries are down, those illuminated crystals convert into rewards. And these machines can actually produce some serious loot, such as the Path of the Brave.
Notice the VFX. The VFX of the Watcher. It's so much cleaner.
Such as the Path of the Brave exclusive fluorescent.
The breath as well looks so much better. It actually looks like an icy breath.
A silent avowal and a fluorescent memory.
Wait, silent avowal drops here?
Such as the Path of the Brave exclusive fluorescent memory, the legendary chest armor silent avowal, and a fluorescent memory used to unlock a mystery skill. More on that skill shortly, but let me tell you now.
Spectre wear later in the reveal.
You can also configure the creation engine for various NetherRealm talents. Heavier investment unlocks more aggressive options.
Sup, Helix?
2 identical crystals creates a bonus whimsical creation crystal to inflate your loot pool, and you can even make the engine occasionally produce gold.
So this is going to be a mechanic that you just don't touch unless you're going for a hyper specific gear drop, because it sounds like it's mostly going to be dropping gear. So like if you're going for unique item hunting like Dark Surge, maybe there's a universe where you also touch this mechanic. I don't know.
Creation crystals, which chain activate every crystal in.
Actually, it has the different kind of crystals. Like I saw fluorescent memory crystal and whatnot. So maybe
the machine. Lighter investment.
I'm doing good. Doing good. Been playing Hero Siege lately and having fun there. Actually, when I first started, it was looking like it was going to be a miss for me, but I've actually gotten to the point where I'm having a decent amount of fun.
Dispenser. When crystals resolve, you gain a drop quantity bonus based on crystal type. Carry those bonuses into your next encounter for compounding returns. The creation mechanic also comes with its own compasses. Worth highlighting, the Record Creation Compass spawns additional creation engines throughout a stage and generates a special record creation engine at the end. This engine logs all creation crystals collected during the stage and pays out their rewards again on completion. Of course, there's a trade-off. The more crystals are recorded, the stronger the guards protect.
That's a lot of loot.
Whether you're going for burst loot explosions or stacking global bonuses, the creation mechanic has room for both approaches. At the same time, the new season is actually updating a lot of the existing mechanics. Let's start off with Vorax. What was your highest and lowest activity on record?
I think I go over 2 mil at some point.
It could actually feel pretty bad. So after watching how the mechanic played out over a full season, we've rebalanced several potions and buffed most ultimate potions.
I don't care about Vorax.
More importantly,
I didn't
optimize the timing of ultimate
I played the
potions.
mechanic because there was money, but like I didn't really enjoy it like that.
So that means
like this is a mechanic where I thought I would enjoy more than I did, mostly because of this planning phase. I really didn't like this planning phase. It was just a whole lot of it's yoinks you out of the blasting mood where you're just in the zone and going map. This is like wait, hold up, you can't map again. Your shit is full. Come here. And then you now have to spend like 5 minutes going through this just to get to the end and realize you just had a shit run. You don't have any activity, so you destroy it and go again. And then that 5 minutes, actually that 5 is like probably 2-3 minutes realistically, but like you go again and then you're like, okay, now I can run. So you go in and then you spend like 30 seconds to 45 seconds inside the actual mechanic. Actually, like I think I was averaging like a minute when I was about to quit. And you go for a minute and then boom, back to your menu, so you can go and start doing the whole planning phase again. And it's like, oh god, please, like Jesus. I didn't enjoy Vorax. I really didn't.
there's not going to
It was a creative mechanic and I give them props for it, but I didn't enjoy having to do that.
be anymore.
I did not.
Around 8 or 9 for a hollow cocoon to appear. We've also added a UI alert for when your Vorax substance is fully charged, so you don't accidentally waste any of them. The surgery phases UI and feedback have also been vastly improved. Of course, we've also added a Vorax talent constellation to the Void Shard. Slot in the relevant Netherrealm talents and you get a chance to contract Vorax yourself by killing Vorax monsters. The upside? Faster movement and larger skill area. The downside? The infection is going to follow you into the operating room, meaning enemies get tougher, although antidote vial drop rates are going to go up to compensate. These talents also include the ability to mark Vorax monster locations on the minimap, a huge quality of life for deep space maps. The Vorax mechanic is also getting a new compass support. The old titanium scalpel has been reworked into the sterling silver scalpel. We're also adding the legendary titanium alloy scalpel, which grants bonus drop rates to the surgical protocol you select before battle. That is, at the cost of 2 additional random protocols appearing mid-fight to disturb you.
What are these red circles jumping around?
Is also changing this season. Floor 20 swaps to Supreme Sons of...
Everything I've heard about this boss is that he's fucking ass to deal with. Now he's SS20, not 21, so maybe he'll be easier here. But like, I know someone who killed him, was it 2 seasons ago that he was there? And they had a miserable time. But this was Moto, not Iris, at least. I could SS20 last season, and I had fun. Can't complain. Probably gonna... I want to say I want to go Iris, because I really do want to go Iris. Like, having the mobility I had last season made this season so much better. But that being said, I just think Spectres are synthetic troops, and so that's a Moto angle. But like the mobility, I really enjoyed the mobility. We'll see. I might end up going Moto because of Spectres. We'll see. Like, regardless, I'm going to be using Spectres, but I want to get to the point where I can actually listen to how they perform, because I was working when I was watching this. I don't have all the full information. I know that they mentioned Spectres and they mentioned some other stuff.
The condensed energy mechanic is returning as well.
W mechanic, by the way, this is way better than Bomb. I hate Bomb.
I hate Bomb. Condensed energy during the fight to build an energy shield against lethal hits. So next up, some notes on survivability. We've actually noticed that Netherrealm stages affixes push survival requirements to an unreasonable level, sometimes forcing players to overinvest in defensive stats at the expense of damage output. We're kinda adjusting the design logic on these affixes, shifting the focus from survival pressure to damage output validation. So that means that going forward, stage affixes are gonna be testing your damage efficiency, not just your ability to face tank.
Okay.
We've
I
also
mean, I'm down
noticed
for
that as
that.
players have gotten stronger, the remaining time under 40 seconds condition in the clockwork
We're going to be doing clockwork this season, so like this, I think this is a change I'm going to be messing around with.
Valley gameplay has become a dead zone. You clear fast enough that you're just waiting for the drop bonus to trigger, so we're gonna be adjusting this threshold to 60 seconds. We're also making some adjustments to the 6 Gods mechanic to give it some more identity. The God's Treasure Chest effect, previously in the Profound Talent constellation,
God's
is now
Chest
provided by the Mystery
07.
Treasure God's Compass. We've also swapped out 6 God emblems from the Treasure Chest drop table in favor of Astrolabs. We've also updated the God of Machines mechanic. You can now earn 1 stack of buff on completing the second round rather than the third. We've also fixed the Confusion card interaction in God of Might. Now, no matter how you're farming your embers, everything triggers exactly as it should. The fluorescent memory strategy was lacking.
There's no new Torchlight info. Yep, they just revealed the new season starting next week. We've already passed the season mechanic, but TLDR, the season mechanic is there are frozen monsters in your map. There you have a circle where you play musical instruments that unfreezes them for you to kill. The instrument has energy, and whenever you finish, you run out of energy. I think you're done with this mechanic for that map at least. 85 stream streak watch streak. Holy, that was tongue twister, but geez, that is insane. You're almost at 100 at this point. Holy. G fucking G, let's.
Compass options in the late game. To address this, we're adding the Brilliant Fluorescent Compass, which gives dropped fluorescent memories a 50% chance to duplicate. We've also updated the Focus Fluorescent Compass, so its effects apply to all exclusive fluorescent memory drops.
Oh, jeez.
Now let's move on to some build-related updates. This season includes some hero trait reworks, new summoning mechanics, new dot mechanics, a brand new hero, and a progression system that
I was very surprised they took this long to introduce the new hero.
First up, Lethal Flash. Since the mobility tag was removed from Path of Flames, Lethal Flash, which depended on mobility to replenish ammo, has been stuck in an awkward spot. And being hardlocked to shotgun effect left almost no viable skill options.
I'm sure there are going to be Carino players that are really going to enjoy this rework.
It's now all about altering project,
but I don't know enough to comment on it.
At level 45, Evil Ouroboros has an auto return. The projectile continues flying up to 10 meters behind you, picking off enemies at your back. Alternatively, parallel approaching trades 90% of your range for a raw damage boost. Short range sounds like a problem, but that's where the level 75 trait Silent Impact comes in.
It can jump off the ground, so they basically get extra jump. And then it fixes the distance.
On hit, it consumes ammo to bounce the projectile off the ground, patching the range gap and significantly boosting clear efficiency. Freed from the ammo and shotgun constraints, Lethal Flash is now a flexible projectile skill that works with a much broader range of builds. The summon system hasn't seen any changes in a while, but
this is it.
We're introducing something genuinely new. Have you ever been mid-run in the Netherrealm, killed a powerful enemy and thought, I wish I could just use that thing? Well, this season you can. Introducing modularization, the new mechanic for synthetic troop builds. Module skills pull a monster's
I'm going Moto
and generate a replica with a portion of their abilities to fight beside you.
I'm going Moto, I think.
Truck Boss Second General. modularize him, and you can summon his replica to deal ferocious Shatter Fist blows.
Like, look at the AoE on that shit.
Now, unlike standard synthetic troop minions, the trunk boss's damage scales with your strength stat.
What is this support gem? Modularization? Because this is clearly the skill gem, the Spectre gem, right? So what does this do? And why does it have 21 star? This looks like a magnificent gem, but it looks like it's going up to level 21. Like the fuck? Like what is that?
The harder it's gonna hit. The medium amber automaton probably has a few painful memories attached. Its modularized form unleashes that same energy onto your enemies. Massive damage output combined with a debuff that reduces their damage output.
Leap forward, it casts this skill and leaps forward to attack in a circular area. So if you manually cast it, it would cast its grounds. Okay, no, that's one of its abilities. Okay.
Then there's the Ravager. Modularize it, and it's gonna unleash Ravaging Slash across a wide, rectangular area.
Like this would probably be good for a single target, but I can't see it's being good for clear. It's a straight line.
Steep strikes by default, and your steep strike chance scales its damage even further.
Your own chance? Wait. Additional damage for minions summoned basically for every 1% the summoner has. Oh, this actually increases. This actually gives you a new way to scale it. Oh, I like that. I actually like that a lot. And it has a max of 4.
The Goblin Priest rounds out the showcase.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can have 5 of these.
Modularization lets him convert most cold damage to fire damage while adding a percent.
Summon 1 Goblin Priest can only summon up to 4 Goblin Priests.
Of cold damage on top of fire.
Cast this skill and attacks in a circular area after a brief delay, dealing spell cold damage equal to 60% of base on hit. Converts 39% of this skill's cold damage to fire damage. Is there a way to take advantage of this? So he's going to be doing fire damage, but also it's converted from cold damage, so you can get flat cold and flat fire. Maybe there's a universe that Iris can use this with Fire Magi because they're both spell casters and they'll be doing fire damage ultimately. But this is a synthetic troop, so like the ways you would scale the Spirit Magi would be different from the way you scale this. It's still max 4. What does Firebird do, I wonder?
To unlock modules.
Wait, Firebird is the other ability it does, and it's kind of slow, I think.
Skills activate the corresponding.
To unlock module, activate the corresponding talent in Profound. In otherworldly dungeons, native otherworldly bosses have a 1.6% chance to drop an additional 1 module skill. Also, you don't spectre it yourself, it just drops as the boss. Oh. Okay, interesting. I didn't see this.
Spawning talent in the Profound Talent constellation. Then defeat native bosses in Netherrealm stages for a chance to obtain their module.
Boss Rush just got an extra big giga drop potentially. Well, minions are not in meta, so it depends on how expensive it ends up being, you know?
By the time the Lunaria season goes live, there's gonna be a ton of options available at launch, including over 20 boss modularization options. But we've actually got a lot more planned going forward, including Plane Watcher modules. Beyond their basic
Medium Ashmek. Oh, this is the ground slam guy.
effects, module skills also roll with additional random affixes. Some examples: boost your minion's action speed.
Skill summons minions with attack cast move speed. The summon minion also grants the user and allies movement speed. Oh.
On-kill explosion effects.
When you defeat an enemy, there's a 20% chance to explode, dealing true damage equals to 50% of it. Honestly, what I see happening is that you're going to try to get a bis gem for single target and a bis gem for clear. Like explode is probably going to be bis for clear, but you don't want to, you do not want to do this. You don't want to have that while doing Supreme Showdown because it does fuck all. So you will probably have a gem you use level 20 for Supreme Showdown and a level 20 gem for clear. Is where I see this going.
Nearby enemies' erosion resistance.
Which also means if you can figure out clear on the slash boss, there is every universe that that guy will actually have really good single target because of the ability to scale it with steep strike. Because I think things that scale with steep strike, the trees and whatnot, are also very defensive. So that might honestly be the solution to Moto's defensive problems. But we'll have to see.
At 10%. And
also, I can get a description from there. Precision, agility. What is precision aura? There's no precision aura in this game. Agility is... Huh? Pretty sure there's no... But I guess now it should be updated, so there should be precision. Yeah, there's no precision. This is Halo Overwrites. No. Has this been updated for SS? What SS is this even? I don't know. SS 14? Or something? I think it's SS 14. I guess there's an easy way to check, and that is click on a random skill. SS 12, SS 11. I think this is the new season. This is Lunaria. So yeah, I think it's been updated, but it doesn't have this. I don't know what precision agility is.
The persistence aura for you and your minions. Honestly, worth running even if module skills aren't your core focus.
Yeah, we're going to have it on Irish regardless. Like definitely, like I don't think it's a question. We needed synthetic troops on Iris because we wanted to have max damage per minion summoned, and we needed synthetic troops for that. That is going to fit right into Iris too.
Select an elemental type as the damage attribute, converting all other damage types to match. The reworked version also has a chance to trigger an explosion on kill, and now includes the area tag.
This looks so bright,
two exclusive support
but it also looks so cool.
Chromatic Shot Light Chaser pushes damage scaling from your primary element and boosts projectile speed with improved homing. Chromatic Shot Splendor cycles through damage elements in sequence. Every elemental hit is guaranteed to apply the matching element, and it deals increased damage to targets that have all elemental elements on them.
I like that. Just from a conceptual point of view.
In practice. They ramp up quite well and feel smooth early on, but as content scales up, the steady output nature of Dot actually becomes a liability. Slower time to kill on tough targets and slightly behind on clear speed. So we're adding a new mechanic to address this. Introducing Ill Omen, a new debuff mechanic for Dot builds. Stack Ill Omen to 10 layers on a target and it takes a massive damage hit. Normal and magic monsters are instantly killed.
Yeah, this was insane.
Take true damage equal to 30% of their max life. Apply Ill Omen using the ominous...
You know, there's every universe where we actually try to use this on a minion setup using, like if we go a minion dot build. The only minion dot build I have in mind is like Fire Magi would be the only one. Fire Magi can go ignite. I don't think it scales quite as well as like, you know, non-minion dots. But that's a way we could approach it.
Curse skill. When enemies are inside ominous area and reaping damage across the health threshold, they accumulate omen stacks. Late game optimization paths include reducing trigger thresholds, accelerating stack rate, and enabling
Cumulative efficiency. I don't know what that means. Like I have zero idea what this means. I have to just assume that it's all of the above. Accelerating stack rate, enabling spread. I don't know. Let's see.
trigger, which creates
I assume at the minimum it speeds up how quickly it stacks.
chain reactions across packs and dramatically improves clear fluidity.
Inflicts 1 stack of ill element when inflicting element for the first time. When triggering element, inflicts 3 stacks of ill element on 1 nearby non-elites. So this is the spread.
The result? Dot builds gain real burst windows. Trash mobs die to the mechanic itself in late game, and bosses can be chunked down immediately, cutting down fight duration significantly. Of course, some new legendaries are also coming this season. Let's take the time to highlight 2 of them. First, the Strength Helmet Magma Skull. The lore goes that when the Great Flood receded, the skulls of fallen giants became the world's furnaces. Equip it, and your main skill is automatically supported by a level 30 Cataclysm. Plus, you can extra fire hit damage based on how many affliction stacks the target is carrying.
I need to do my my boss showdown. I just remembered. Let me actually message someone. Who's the person I was doing them with again? There we go. All right.
Second, Rouse.
A new Rouse item.
Another Strength Helmet.
Less element damage. I thought it was like less damage taken. I'm like, what?
The lore, an undefeated champion hardened by endless conflict until his shattered skull was tempered crimson by sheer fighting will. Mechanically, it stripes out elemental and erosion damage entirely, pure physical only. The cost is real. Every trauma layer you carry deals true damage per second to you. But the payoff scales with it. More trauma means higher additional physical damage and armor penetration. High risk, high...
Isn't this like Bone Shatter? This is literally Bone Shatter, is it not? You stack trauma on yourself instead, and with the trauma you have, you're getting additional physical damage and armor pen.
Additional physical second to you. But the payoff scales with it. More trauma deals true damage per second to you. But the payoff scales with it. More trauma means higher additional physical damage and armor penetration. High risk, high ceiling.
That's pretty cool.
The corruption spilling from the Emperor's casket. It drained us of our myrrh, our chrism.
Why did the quality look like it just freaking entered the shitter?
The city's rot poisons the very air we need to survive. We pray for mercy, hoping the gods will grant us grace. But even the gods remain silent.
Arminius, you were never a great emperor. And don't even dream of becoming some terrifying legend.
This
Now,
game and it's
get
fucking
back into
jiggle
your coffin
physics.
where you belong. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Now let's talk about this season's new hero. Meet Scentweaver Sage, debuting along with her first trait, Licorice Note. Sage abandons traditional healing skills entirely in favor of elixir-based mechanics. Her traits revolve around the scent
I feel like I find her trait pretty cool though.
bottle. If it can go in the bottle, it can be refined. Every hero can use elixir skills, but Sage uniquely adjusts the recipe inside the scent bottle dynamically based on combat needs.
She's kind of like
producing
Iris with But instead of Spirit Magi, she uses elixirs.
Effects
With the current design goal they want with elixirs.
Playing Dot, add a twin spine flower to the bottle for a chance to reap twice on reap effect. Is your defense lacking? Sage can brew in rare defensive stats like injury buffer or convert physical damage to random elemental damage. Affixes that don't
Defensive medicines level 1.
In practice, one well-constructed bottle covers a meaningful chunk of your offensive and defensive needs simultaneously. As Sage levels up, her options open up a lot. Now,
what are special sense bottles?
Slow, her brew can be set up so that critical strikes, reaping, or
5 charging process.
Slow, her brew can be set up so that critical.
The skill gains 6 charging process on critical strike. Oh,
strikes, reaping, or
and this is on reaping and this is on moving.
Automatically generate charges. The stimulant salt variant goes even further. It auto-triggers your empower skill on top of faster charging. Concerned about healing overflow, the Elixir of Immortality converts success life and mana restoration into temporary health and mana beyond your normal caps.
That is insane too.
The higher your damage bonus. The more you're healed, the harder you're gonna hit. Late game, you can even specialize.
This is going to be a very tanky character. I can already see it. Having 40% more life just by existing is already insane. And then having that give you damage? Sure, okay. 140% bonus to max life, or it also applies to elixir effects. So you can just get to 80% effect of elixirs from your max life bonus.
Go to Scholar.
And to get 140, for 140 to get to 80, you're looking at what's like 60, like maybe 60 thereabouts. 60-65% bonus to life, which is kind of nothing. And then you have 80% elixir effects.
Max out life and mana, letting those base stats convert directly into amplified elixir effects. You can also go the mad scientist route, carry a second special flask and use it offensively on enemies, source rare ingredients, and Sage can brew legendary forbidden options from this flask. Some cause fallen.
This skill gains an additional base effect when you and your summoned creatures oh yeah, she also can be played with minions. I remember now. When you and your summoned creatures defeat an enemy with an attack or a spell, there's a 50% chance to explode, dealing true damage equal to 260. Dude, the clear on this will be insane. What the fuck?
True damage, while others sacrifice.
The skill gains additional base effect. Excess health regen of 100%. Oh wait. Excess health regeneration of 100% of maximum shield you currently have. I assume this means maybe P2 means passive too. Excess health regen of 100 points of maximum shield you currently have. Excess health regen over 100.
Energy shield recharge so that excess life restoration also fortifies your shield. Shield recharge so that.
Oh. So basically you turn your HP regen into energy shield regen. So excess health regen over 100% of your life basically gives you ES regen, and then gives you and your minions multiplicative damage.
That excess life restoration also fortifies your shield, converting it into additional damage output.
Okay, I think that makes sense.
Now, Sage's introduction is actually a perfect segue into the broader elixir skill overhaul. Potions have always been kind of an afterthought, something you slam on when you're low on health. This season we're changing that. Potions are being separated from the Restoration skill category and becoming their own type skill, Elixir skills. Unlike standard skills, Elixir skills run on charge points instead of cooldown or mana. Normally, you can build those charges by killing enemies. With this system now on its own branch, the Elixir skills are getting a major expansion. The full roster is breaking down into 3 categories. First, tonics. Things like life source and mana source stay focused on survivability. Dews are your single stat boosts. Steadfast do for base armor, Nimbleness do for base evasion, and Blurry Steps has been renamed.
This is going to be probably the most popular one. That's a lot of MS.
Advanced elixirs with composite effects and complex mechanics, which can greatly shape your build. Some high-value elixir skills are being moved out of the skill shop entirely. They will now.
And with that max life ES node, I see this being big giga value. Because this means you can take damage to your life and ES and regen both at the same time. So this might actually be very good for hybrid setups. If you had to go a hybrid setup, but in this game you probably just want to be full ES, because why not?
Only be available through drops or fluorescent memory exchanges. A few standouts. Tenacity Dew. The only
max elemental res
drops. It provides a significant boost to your elemental resistance cap, essential in high pressure content. The Scorpion Stinger Distillate, a strong pick for projectile builds.
Ooh, MS and +1 proj quantity.
Area and a movement speed boost, effectively replacing several support skills in a single slot. Thunderwood Distillate raises max lightning resistance and grants a rare lucky damage effect for its full duration. On the talent side, the Panacea talent has been reworked into Tailor Remedy. New effect: equip 2 or fewer elixir skills in your skill bar, and you gain up to plus 50% elixir skill effectiveness.
Less elixir duration
carries a minus 50% duration penalty, but depending on your build, that trade-off can actually work in your favor. We're also continuing to tune and adjust existing build components this season. Last season we introduced grafting, and the community came up with some very impressive combinations. This season we're making a few adjustments just to keep it more balanced. Vorax gear can still craft 2 legendary affixes this season, but they now have to come from the same legendary item. We've also fixed the issue.
So basically you'd be using this to get the effects of a legendary item, and then as well as like your ultimate affixes and advanced affixes for that gear slot as well. So you still get a decent amount of power, but you're no longer able to like mix and match different uniques. And there's even the plus side of being able to now run 2 gloves, because technically you could have your unique glove and then you could have the Vorax glove piece on your belt slot, for example. So there's still a decent amount of power to be gotten from Vorax. It's still very strong. This is actually a pretty decent way to balance it. It's still a big amount of power creep as it is. It's a lot of power creep, but it's a very decent way to try to balance it at least. Probably get enough again next season.
Every ultimate affix now has a T2 version during grafting, so you're no longer forced into a blemish outcome. To address supply issues with high demand special organs, we're adding a dismantling and exchange feature. Break down unwanted special organs into organ teratomas, then exchange them in the shop for random special organ. Counter affixes have been hard to get, which has been gating access to deep space. This season we're going to be adding more abnormal counter affixes in Hero Memories and Ethereal Prism. And you can now even craft immune to crowd control effects.
Wait, I actually missed this the first time, like when I was watching initially. Yeah.
Counter affixes have been hard to get, which has been gating access to deep space. This season we're going to be adding more abnormal counter affixes in Hero Memories.
By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but the league mechanic literally has you keep minding stuff. So that's going to be cancer for controller gamers like myself.
Why? You can't keep by the controller?
No, you cannot.
Just means you're not playing controller.
It means it means I'm just gonna be on my PC. I'll still do my controller thing and just have it on my mouse, or I don't even know what I'll do. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll probably end up using the mod that allows you to just auto proc when they are 6 in range. Take the L on the max number I could be getting and just blast.
An ethereal prism. And you can now even craft immune to crowd control effects directly in the ethereal prism.
Immune to
Blending
CC
is also getting
effects.
some
CC effects include frosted, which is good. Slowed, which is also good. I think that's it. Torchlight doesn't have stun as far as I remember. What other CC effects are there? Is there a roots? I don't remember anything rooting me for any content that I could attack but I couldn't move. There's a guy that traps you in a cage, but that isn't a crowd control effect. That's just what he does.
this season.
This blending change is actually huge.
Low uptake and high value
Like Ember Armor being a part of what you can now blend is insane for defensive scaling.
We've overhauled both. We've done a large rotation of core talents available through blending, bringing in proven talents like Formless, Play Safe, and Extreme Coldness to replace underused options.
Extreme Coldness is also going to be really big if I decide to go Magi.
Also adding more survival focused
like Frost Magi to be specific.
Ember Armor, Defensiveness, and Resistance are all joining the pool. Aromatic talents have also
this is also huge resistance.
Reducing cost. The rework Hollow Journey now grants precise magical source with a base effect, which prioritizes partial damage to source.
I don't remember what precise magical source is, but I feel like it's mana regen.
By mono. The new Thrice Lucky Aromatic talent provides lucky damage and bumps the optimal roll determination count from 2 to 3.
Thrice Lucky to basically give it Azadi's crest
and make aromatic talents worth investing in. Corrosion on non-legendary gear has been a real pain point. Hitting a bad outcome that tanks your base affix and random affix rolls just feels awful. We've lowered the probability of both outcomes down to 5%, which should cut down significantly on gear becoming unusable. We've also noticed that T0 plus affixes obtained through corrosion often roll at the low end, falling short of what players are asking.
I like how this whole system on corroding non legendaries, like that shit just doesn't even apply to me because I've never had to do that aside for just progressing path of progression, because I do not come anywhere close enough to min-maxing to the point where I have full T0s and I'm thinking the next step is corroding this shit. 5%, 0%, 100%, I don't care. I'm not, I don't get to the point where I think this is the way forward.
Looking for. So we're raising the lower bound of T0 plus affix values majorly. For example,
it is a big damage boost if you get what you need though.
5.
But yeah, I never feel like I'm done crafting an item is the funny thing, because like once you finish, even if you get to full T0s, you're not done because you have to divine the item. Once you divine the item, you might still be on advanced sequences and amount to upgrade that. Where you do that, you might have a base affix your base affix that you've still not put on the item. When you've done that, it's like there's so many things that it's like you never really finish crafting an item until you're probably done with SS20. Like realistically.
Hero memories are a core part of the trade system.
Like in my last season that I beat what's his face, I don't think I had a full T0 weapon. I don't think my weapon was not full T0. It had like a T1 affix, which was life regain, which I didn't feel like I needed more of. And I don't even think I didn't have my best in slot sequence yet either. I just stayed with erosion pen. So like,
and they're getting a major update this season.
Oh yeah, the memory system.
The progression system built around hero memories is called renewed memory. and it brings some big changes to how you build and invest.
I think with the drop pack spirit from this season, which by the way, guys, there's going to be 3 drop pack spirits, which is huge. I think I'm actually instead of going investing into Iris, I think I'll finally get Space Pirates. I think I've put it off long enough.
In trades. It introduces Revival, a brand new crafting method that unlocks the hidden power inside those memories. Using basic Revival materials, you add Revival effects to a memory. The Wax and Wane effect increases the values on base affixes. The Rising Moon effect elevates the fixed affix here. Combine these two and your memory affix values can reach full T.
What does full T0 even mean? Wait, what?
It's a fixed affix here. Combine these two and your memory affix values can reach full T0.
Rising Mood, 30% upgrade chance that your crystal strike rating can hit C0. So now you can upgrade the implicits, the fixed affixes.
Fixed affix here.
Because like this one shows to T0 and then the other one goes up to T2.
Combine these.
But they have individual success chances, it looks like. Because this says
The Rising
30%, 30%. So this one is 30% to go to T0, 30% goes to T2.
Moon effect elevates the fixed affix here. Combine these two and your memory affix values can reach full T0. Unlike Corrosion, Revival effects are mutually exclusive. They can all coexist on the same memory.
So you have a 30% chance to hit Rising Moon, which improves your advanced affix. This increases the base stats. New special random affix. And then Heroes Revival.
You can also layer in the Lunar Ring effect, which expands the memory with a set of powerful random affixes, including rare stats like Warcry effect, Elixir effect, or physical damage converted to a random element. And we're just getting started. The core of Revival is the Young Moon effect. It has an extra powerful trait affix to a memory. On rare and epic tier memories, it gives you cost-effective affixes for early and mid-game progression. On top-tier ultimate memories, the affix pool expands massively, including hero-specific trait.
Every 10 times lightning damage is dealt, inflicts 5 stacks of numbed on enemies within 10 meters. This is an Erica memory, I'm sure.
Affixes tailored to each hero's design.
And then 50% numbed effect, that's insane.
That's actually usable. Each hero-specific trait affix has a dedicated directional crafting item. Now let's dive into a few hero-specific trait affixes. The first one is for Berserker players. Hero's Resourcefulness transforms the main skill burst into a spell skill that can trigger spell burst, bringing full screen coverage to Berserker builds. Summon type heroes aren't stuck behind their minions anymore. Commander mottos.
After casting a summoning skill, the player will gain Overload. So you can just force Overload, lasting 4 seconds. When an Omnic summon is present, what's an Omnic summon? The player gains additional effects. For every 1 point of command, the player gains an additional 3% damage. How does the player gaining damage even matter?
Order calling trait, paired with neural synchronization training, lets you gain Overload whenever you deploy minions, with additional Overload effects when synthetic troops are nearby. For something more aggressive, the Zealot of War exclusive trait, Self-Imposed Shackles. Stand still and you get high attacks and spell block chance, continuous heat-up effects, and expanded skill area. The moment you move, you take a minus 60% penalty to all resistances. If you've been
holy shit, minus 60%.
Frustrated by monsters locking out of your twisted space-time, tune myself in another space-time should help significantly. Added to space-time elapse, it increases the max twisted space-time count by +1 and drops the interval
I feel like the Yuga memories were also insane.
to 1 second.
I don't know too much about Yuga, but +1 to max space time, whatever it's called, seems insane.
I don't know too much about Yuga, but I'm trying to get arrested. Sorry, wrong person.
Lol.
That's the other. That's the guy. I forget his name. The archer guy that got the gender bending scare. Ignore that.
Carino?
Oh yeah, I don't know too much about Carino, but I'm trying to get arrested. Sheriff?
Joke makes no sense, but okay. Anyway.
Carino got a gender bender skin, and
Yes.
it's a sheriff.
It is? Oh, okay.
Yes, and I said I'm trying to get arrested.
Lol.
When the sheriff arrests a delinquent, they punish them.
Yeah, in those good movies, right?
I was having a hard time keeping a straight face for that
one. And then twisted space-time following you. I feel like that's a big quality of life as well. And this can probably be on 2 different memories. So you can have the +1 max, and then you can have the space-time still follow you.
Private Universe goes further. Twisted
honestly, Yuga's
space-time
looking
now
kinda
follows
fucking
your movement
insane.
entirely.
Yeah, those memories they're going to be
And
something.
those are not hard to get shit, right? Like
We don't know. Because it uses new materials, I think. But it sounds like it's going to be a mix of like memories and cube, in the sense of like, you know how with cube you have separate packs, and depending on the pack you have a choice of like what you might get. It sounds like it's that, where each hero has their own pack, and you're going to use that on the memories, and that will give you hero specific traits. Now we don't know how many hero specific traits there are and stuff like that, so who knows.
You become a walking detonation zone. The revival system offers 36 hero-specific trait affixes in total.
36 hero-specific trait affixes. How many hero traits are there? Is a new chick here. Scent Weaver Sage. Yes, she is. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So there's 26 hero traits and 36 options. That means many of them are only getting 1. That's just reality, and some will get 2. Like you got 2. I think the other people, they literally showed are getting 1. Like I think Moto is getting 1.
Whatever hero and trait you're running.
There's a universe I got a new hero and I got minions too. We'll see.
There's something here relevant for your,
because she has, I don't know why, but hero traits actually also buffs minions, and I assume there's a reason for that.
build. Beyond the hero-specific affixes, there's also a ton of powerful universal affixes available to all heroes. For example,
There's universal affixes as well, so that's aside from the 36.
find this season's artificial moon for your memory.
Base traits now have special memory slots that can be installed with an ultimate or lower discipline memory. Wait, what? So I can get an affix on a T1 hero traits or hero memory that rolls on on T2?
And you gain an extra memory slot, letting you socket an additional memory to support your base hero trait. This means your base hero trait can now reach level.
Oh wait, this is for base hero trait. Base traits now have special memory slots that can be installed with an ultimate or lower. Okay, so one of your hero traits will have to have the implicits that allows your base hero trait to be able to take a hero memory, and then whatever that implicit is will determine which slot you get. So you might be getting a T3, like a T3 hero memory as your affix, which means a T3 hero memory will go in that slot. So in theory, you can get 2 different movement speed traits or memories with the affixes that can roll on those same ones. Kind of cool. most of the affixes I go for, I think, can roll on any of them, aside the base one, you know. So aside movement speed, ES, life, what's the T1 again? Int. Those are the differences, because like the fixed affixes we're looking for origin can roll on anything, minion crit damage, crit strike cannot roll on anything, minion attack speed can roll on anything, levels can roll on anything. So like the only thing that matters is the base, I think. Which I guess that's going to be why you would pick one over the other. Which, and then of course price, because some might be more expensive than others to get plus levels and stuff.
To support your base.
Speaking of, can I see if Iris 2, like Iris 2's base level now? Yeah, I can actually. Holy. At level 1, she has gain 5 stacks of breeze. Casting this removes vigilant. Consume 20% of max life right now, reconjuring. Mercenary gain this up to 10. So what changes between the levels? Oh, you get 5% additional minion damage. 10% additional minion damage here. None of these numbers changes. 15%. So it's literally just additional minion damage as the difference. And if you get to level 5, you get Artificial Moon, which is plus 6 growth for every stack of breeze. Spirit's major skills can be equipped. Plus 6 growth for every stack of breeze. And we can get to a max of 10 breeze, so that's 60 growth. That's a lot of investment for 60 growth, my G. That's a lot of investment for that.
Hero trait. This means your base hero trait can now
like that actually just seems like an afterthought, I'll be honest. Like it is not
level 5, like any other trait.
It's not alternate in any way.
Level 5, and it also gains an additional base trait effect. Using Frost,
I guess even this one,
Fire's Ice Fire Fusion as an example, it gains a
100% additional cooldown recovery speed for Frostfire Rampage. Like that is way more impactful than 20% than growths for every stack of breeze. Like it's not interacting with any of the other traits in any way that is. I guess it depends, because if you go for a breeze stacker like Breeze Whisper and you get to 18, then suddenly that 60 becomes like 110, or is it like it's like 108, something like that, which is more impactful. There's also this one that gives you max breeze, so you could probably get up to like maybe 30 breeze, which would obviously take you all the way to like 180 growth, which is a lot more impactful. But like, I don't know. Let's look at Iris 1. She gets additional minion damage, same as Iris 2. Artificial Moon is grants 1 stack of nourishment to all Spirit Magi when casting a trait skill. Oh shit, nourishment that we typically struggle to kind of keep up. That's not bad, actually. I think that's not bad for Iris 1. And with this one, where is the new hero Scent Weaver? What do you get? 12% additional elixir skill effects for the elixir skills from any scent bottle. Multiplicative elixir skill effects. Could be impactful, depending on what they do. This one doesn't have the choices you get to make with the base, I think. All right. In any case, the fact that these also apply to your minion means there might actually be some minion builds that are played on the new hero. Now, without a specialty minion mechanic like the ways Moto has command and or command scaling, and Iris has growth scaling as well as being able
Doesn't
to
the character
put
have some minion nodes on the tree?
the character. The new hero has minion support on her hero traits, like the boosting
like
damage
no big
apply.
multiplier.
I mean,
That's what you mean, right?
no, I mean like there's no unique minion effects.
Yeah.
So
Oh, she's just like scion of minion builds, basically.
yeah, so like Moto has Giga scaling
So
with.
Gonna be ass.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking too, because it's like it's just
Yeah,
multipliers.
it
Like
might be later though. Probably not, because those nodes are not that crazy.
yeah, it was like I mean, depends on the numbers, but like X% of additional damage to
We can
your.
see the numbers.
We don't really know the full numbers of like what
Patch
your elixirs are going to be doing, right? They only showed a few elixirs and stuff like that. So, but yeah, like we'll see.
An extra plus 100% frost.
I haven't seen the patch notes. The patch notes I saw were Chinese.
No, the patch notes are out.
Where's? Do you have a link?
Cooldown recovery speed. That said, top tier revive memories require both serious luck and engagement.
I looked at it when I was at work.
Seasonal content.
But they're there. Maybe check the Discord. I left it.
There's a list of specters though. I just opened. Yeah, I literally just opened. I literally just opened Moto's chat, and there was a link to the specters. So, GG. Spectres is for Sage. Big Chunga says the Moto 1 hero trade reworks seem to be nerfs. Level 60 trade just gives damage now instead of overload effects, which is damage plus attack speed. Level 75 trade is capped to 180% overload effect, was uncapped before. Probably won't really be notable around the game. Late game is gonna be probably be a big nerf. Holy. I need to check Moto is what that means. I need to actually look at his hero trade because what I was thinking of is probably not what the reality is. ENT Greats Elder, isn't that the guy that had the wave of roots that he sent to you? I believe it is. Passive skills fires 5 projectiles that always penetrate forward, dealing spell erosion damage equal to this. Gain Profane. Rattling Stormer Captain. Chief Machinist. Firebomb. Cast skills and summon a bomb throwing drone to attack many circular areas. Pyromania. It's actually quite a few of them. But some only have like 2 max. Oh wait, no, this is level 1. That's why it's 2 max. Okay, that's fine. Module Punisher.
Switching computers. I'll be back.
Maniacal Army rework. When minions summoned by the supporter skill deal damage, the character gains 15 command per second. Minions summoned by the supported skill deal less damage. But +1 max is on the tree. The logic for maximum ailment stacks has been optimized. Ailments applied to monsters can no longer exceed the applier's maximum ailment stack limits. Hmm. Hmm. Spectres can't be played with Moto 2 because no have full HP or TLIDB doesn't show that part. That's probably a TLIDB thing. Iron Nest, immune to trauma. Command increases by 8 to 12 points per second. Minions gain additional damage when command is at least 70 to 80 points. Hmm? -20 command upper limits, -70 to -60 command restriction per second. Wait, what was it before? Iron Nest. Broski. Command decreases every second instead of increasing. Oh, this is the command decreasing guy. Unable to move, but increased duration. One command is lower than this for every -1 command, minus aura area plus aura effects. +5 to static attacks. +5 to static troop stacks of horizontal projectile jumps. -40, deal additional projectile. Yeah, this was ass. This was an ass unique. This was a very ass unique. Because, like, what do you mean they can't move? They are unable to move. Like, the fuck? So now you actually go for max command. You go for max command, but then you also get additional damage when you get there to those levels. I don't know how you beat this command returns per second. Wait, command return per second. I think this might be a positive stat actually. You want less command return speed per second because then you can stack more command. So I think this is good, which is why the numbers scale up even more if you corrode it. But I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is a good modifier to have. The bigger the number, the better. Yeah, I think so. So it becomes way easier to hit 70, 80 command. There's also a lot of command. This is actually a pretty good unique now. All right, so People are saying the Spectres are for the new hero. Why? What does she have that makes it so they are for her? I'm very curious. Anywho, let's find the patch note, shall we? We still actually have stuff to finish. I just got giga sidetracked. I might look a bit more into these. What does this do? Gravel shots. Pass this skill and hurls a huge rock projector that explodes on landing. Oh, it's the guy that creates a square around you. That's us. Itchy Storm. That's the tornado guy. Auric shots. This is the one where he has the yellow circle shooting projectiles, I think. Fires 3 projectiles forward. Maybe not him. Rockfall. My problem with all of these skills is that I feel like they're going to be so slow to use, except maybe the Goblin Priest, which will be... No. Also, what is modulation? It actually has its own magnificent gems. Holy. Additional damage for supported skills. When there is one or more minions summoned by the supported skill, damage taken is transferred to a minion summoned by... Oh, so you can actually use it as a support. Iris 1 gamers or Iris 2 gamers, let's go. This is actually going to be what I'll probably end up using on Iris 2. This is shared burden. Resonance is additional damage for supported skills. Command return speed per second for minions supported by this up to 60%. That's pretty nice actually. But this sucks, is what this means. This is a disadvantage. You don't want command return speed, you want to reduce the command returns because it makes it harder to stack command. So getting to 60 will be harder. Then we have cluster, but that's a lot of damage per command. Then we have cluster, which is additional minion damage for the summoner. This is for the summoner, for every minion summoned by supporter skill. So this is if you were the damage dealer yourself and you had support minions. And this is also further improved by that Moto. Was it Moto? Was it a Moto trait that gave you damage per command? What was it? Like you had to do a memory. I feel like it was memory specific. A special hero memory trait. I think that was it. And then we're currently on cluster superconductivity. We've gone to the nobles now. So if you're going for these as your main DPS, resonance is going to be what you're going to take most likely. Now for noble gems, which is the 5th slot. Cooldown recovery from minions from supported skills and additional damage for them. Huge for minions that have CDR or 2 skills and one has a cooldown. This has a 10-second cooldown, for example. If you wanted to use it more, you'd go for this. It's 100% more CDR. And can you not pair this with rats? Herda. Rat Herda. That's... You can pair with Rat Herda because... Is it Rat Herda? No, it's not Rat Herda. But of course, you can... Minion spell burst would be huge for them. So this is going to be probably an expensive belt this season. But you can pair it with not this or wind rhythm. Wind rhythm, which gives cast speed to also apply CDR on the skill. By having more CDR, by having more cast speed, you get more CDR. More CDR means you're giving your minions a whole bunch of CDR. And the reason this was important for Grim Phantoms, if I remember correctly, is where is it? Anyways, for this it's because this guy, or is it you? One of these guys, like I think it's this that is supposed to be fire beam to the target spot, causing an explosion there. I think it's destructive light cannon. This one had a CD, if I remember correctly. And no, it was this CD we're trying to reduce, the CD of the actual skill, because when we proc the CD, he uses destructive light cannon, which is why we wanted wind rhythm to apply more CD so we could use destructive light cannon even more frequently and, you know, go that way. So it wasn't the minion getting the CDR, it was us getting the CDR to use the minion skill more often. That was what we're doing. That being said, there are other ways to get minion CDR. I just don't think Wind Rhythm will give minion CDR. Actually, it might. Wind Rhythm. But of this support skill and supported skill. Probably doesn't. It probably doesn't. Anywho, this is a CDR support. There's also CDR nodes on the tree that would probably help. And for each, then we have Calibrate. For each hit the summoner landed in the last 2 seconds, plus damage from minions summoned by the supported skill. For each hit. Up to 15 times. So that would be 75% more damage to, like, I think this is an extra 7.5, so like 82.5% on T1 if you land 15 hits in 2 seconds, which is kind of hard to do. Maybe if you went hunting guys, was it hunting guys that hits frequently? That could be an angle potentially, but like the question is, are you even going to attack that much? Probably not going to be popular. Even if you go for a self-cast build, you don't care about the damage your minions are doing. So like this doesn't affect you much. Unless you're going like some weird hybrid build. Additional damage for minions summoned by supported skill. Then aggressiveness for minions summoned by this. And then minus physique. Why would you care so much for the aggressiveness? Can't imagine why. Sever. Additional damage for the summoner when there's at least one minion summoned by supported skill. Less damage for minions summoned by supported skill. They do basically no damage, but they are immune to damage. So if you're not in a minion build, you run this and now you can do modularization completely. Make them immune to damage. So that's how you would go for a self-cast. So all those so the top moto builds for this league will probably be self-cast builds because they just got ammo to actually help scale with motos. Like all those moto armor stackers, they just got buffed essentially, if they can fit this, that is. So I guess for me, who would want to use the minions myself, I'd probably be using conductivity, Calibrate is just not it. Because while you're clearing, you're not going to be hitting that frequently because in the ideal universe, things will be dying before you can even hit them to begin with. So it's either going to be like a compressed angle. But this is a big more dabbing multiplier if we can make it work. So for Supreme Showdown, this will probably be it. What? There's a support gem, a noble support gem for modularization. That basically means it gives you more damage for your minions for every time you've hit an enemy. In the last 2 seconds.
Every time you've hit?
Yes, every time the caster hits.
Ring of Blades.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking. But how often does Ring of Blades hit? Because like when the blade's on the enemy.
That's probably why they nerfed it. They pre-fired that shit.
They nerfed it.
They finally give it to the movement because the channel skill, but they actually gave it like another 30%. I don't know if it already had. I'm pretty sure there's no way it didn't, right? Movement speed cost.
It didn't have. It didn't affect your movement speed before. Reduces move MS by 30%. Holy shit!
That's exactly why they put that on that. There's no way they did that without thinking of that and being like, yeah, that's just Ring of Blades.
Because Moto was already going Ring of Blades for channel skills.
30% is not that bad.
On the class that already does have movement speed?
I mean, you're just not playing Moto with that, but yeah.
People on the Moto chat seem to think it's for modularization is for the new hero. And I'm curious as to why. I haven't seen anything. Not in depthly, no. I have it open now. I just haven't gone through it yet.
For the page.
What's that?
You see is here.
First thing I see. Okay, so this is the new hero. Recovery effects from elixir are no longer removed. Gain the basic. This can be blended, and second active slot is treated as a basic. So the second active slot is treated as a basic send bottle slot. Elixir skills in the basic can attach 2 reagents, so gain additional benefits, which are Razor Leaf. On crits, the character and minions gain additional damage. Reaping has chance to trigger twice. On cast, enemies within 15 meters take additional damage up to 2 stacks. That's the damage reagent. Then defense reagent is injury buffer, damage taken from mana before life, and then face convert. Any elixir skill in any sense bottle can have additional ingredients attached to it, granting it corresponding charge restoration method. That makes no sense to me. Any elixir in a scent bottle can have an additional ingredient attached to it, granting its corresponding charge restoration method. Okay, during the duration of an elixir, every X seconds, a random installed Empower skill will be prepared. So automatically casting Empower skills. For an elixir skill in a basic sense bottle, every single sentence after for this hero, I have to like do some mad mental processing to even understand what it means. For an elixir skill in a basic sense bottle, I don't know what. Where. Okay, so the second skill slot is the basic send bottle slot. So basically, any elixir skill in the second skill slot, during the duration of that elixir, it will cast your Empower skill. And then for the elixir skill, its skill effect bonus applies to any Empower skill it prepares, with an upper limit of whatever. For an elixir skill in a basic bottle, its effects also applies to curse skill. Jesus Christ.
Yep.
That means the dots, the damage over time curse they just added is for her.
Yep.
Because she's the only one that'll be able to like speed run that stacking. So we don't have curse effect like this in the game. We just don't. 320% of elixir effect? Okay. Okay. Don't mind me. We don't have those levels of curse effects. We just don't. Then the utility reagents grants charge on crits.
Elixir effect scaling too.
I know. I'm aware. I'm aware. So you can get charges with crits, you can get charges on reap and on distance moved. If you're on a minion build, like I'm going to be looking at these notes from a minion point of view, by the way, for those wondering. This is what you'll be going on a minion build. This is the base trait. So on a base traits, we'll be doing most likely injury buffer, if I'm being honest, or phase converts on this guy. Then here, we'd probably go diffuse spores to make them take additional damage, which is big for minions as well. Those would be our 2 reagents. And then utility, like I said, when you go for Hyacinth Rhizome. And then for level 60, you have 2 choices. The excess life recovery recently converts 2 points into temporary life, capping at 50% of base max life at level 3, which is huge. So you just get 50% more life for free. And then for every 5% of base max life gained as temporary life, gain 1% additional damage up to 30%. Wasn't this for you and your minions? This is just you? This one said minions, but
I just wanted to, so maybe that'll get changed eventually.
let me check.
No, they do change the patch notes a week before quite often.
Yeah, I'll check the heroes again just to confirm. But she's here. It's just some text is in Chinese. Where is it? It's level 60. No, it's just you. Okay, interesting. Then what's the second one? It's not even complete. It's not complete anywhere. Holy. Casts. I think this means for every 3 times you cast an elixir skill, additional elixir skill duration 4 seconds. This is I'm having a seizure just trying to read this. Cast 6 times elixir skill, additional elixir skill duration 4 seconds. And then less elixir duration. Whatever the fuck that means, man. Whatever the fuck that means. Maybe this is what they were saying where it was like no, that was not the hero traits. Never mind. I don't know what the fuck this is. Whatever percent of bonuses to max life or max mana also applies to elixir skill effect up to giga percent. I mean that's insane, bro. With all the other scaling for the elixir effects. And then the second option is gain the special scent bottle. Elixir skills can be blended in it. And the third active is treated as a special scent bottle. So we've had the basic and now this is a special. And they can attach 1 reagent to gain an additional base effect. There's Fairy's Tear, which is 120% of excess life recovery, also recovers ES, but cannot restore energy shield charge. So you cannot get energy shield charge, but the life recovery, your life recovery also approved. So it's basically, yeah, it's Inquisitor. No, it's they don't regen simultaneously. It's one then the other. It's a vow jewel. It's a vow timeless jewel.
Inquisitor does regen simultaneously.
Yeah, this is not simultaneously.
Oh, this one has to be like one needs to be full first.
Let me actually, yes, because it says of excess life recovery also recovers ES. So your life feels, I mean, it doesn't because you fully reserve your life and then you just have ES, so that's always applying to ES anyways.
Forgot that you just do that, but like without that, that's kind of ass for hybrid because you always take it. Actually, no, not really, because you're not always taking damage to life.
Yeah, No, that is. I think you're. Wait.
No, it's fine. It's good. It's actually good for hybrid.
It's fine for
Does
hybrid
that mean-
because you are not taking. There was a different skill they showed that allowed damage to bypass ES. It will be bad for that guy. But it's good if you're not taking that, because this one doesn't allow damage to go through ES. For every 400 max ES, the character and minions gain additional damage up to 70% at level 5. But this is not affected by Elixir skill effects. For every 400, yes. So at 4,000 max ES, you would be gaining 1.8 times 10, so 18% additional damage. So you would need, like, I don't know, times 5 of that. 70 divided by 1.8, is it? It just says for every 400 max ES. I guess that means your ES.
Yeah, stacking. Kick out a shell. 400 is a lot.
That's a lot, and it doesn't scale down.
But like, you do get a lot of this game, depending on the build.
It's 15.6 that you get KES that you get max. You can get that. You can get 15.6k. You can do that. You usually be full ES build, but you can do that 100%.
The question is like that compared to doing other things to get damage. I mean, at that point, you probably go Cicada Shell and shit that also gives you damage based on ES.
Probably. And in this case, that's you scaling damage with defenses. Don't forget.
Yeah,
it's just it's like you're getting defenses.
Which is what I like about Spell Burst Bang with I forget the skill. Barrier Burst or
Barrier Burst. Then the second option, Thunder Dragon skill. When you or your minions attack or spells defeat an enemy, there's a 25% chance to trigger an explosion, dealing true damage equal to 250% of the defeated enemy's health. This is going to be insane. Plus an additional 20% damage for you and your minions at level 5, of course. Okay, Gargoyle Horn. Block chances actually increase by up to 150%. After a successful block, take true damage per second equal to 6% to 0% of mitigated damage for 4 seconds. So you just more than double your block chance at max. Like you do 2.5. So if you have 30% block chance, that shit just goes all the way up to 75.
Character is crazy. Yo, why don't we just start this character? Maybe I break my TLI roll. We'll talk. Because these numbers are like insane.
These numbers are...
I mean, what does this character not have early that other classes have that would be a leg up?
That other classes have? For Iris, like she
it has good defense and good attack.
The thing is, you can choose. You can choose if you want. You can choose if you want defenses or offenses. So, like for example, she gets damage reagents and defense reagents. You get to choose which defense you get and which damage you get. And then for level 45, you get to choose which utility you get. How do you want to get your charges on your restoration skill? But don't forget, these are by default restoration skills. Like you already have like decent life regen if you just go for the life recovery restoration skill, and then because you're using that, you're with just that alone and your giga proccing it, you have giga life regen. Your second trait, you might be giving yourself the whole, actually third trait, I think that does the ES thing. Yes, third trait. Second trait, I still don't know what the second option is. I can't really talk on it, but you can get like 50, you can get 20% more life the moment you get it. You just have 20% more life because you have that temporary life pool, and then you're getting 10% more damage with that 20% more life. For every 5% of base max life gained as this. 10%. But you can only get 20% of base max life. So you... Oh, so for Elixir of Immortality, you must go life and mana regen. Because to get the full bonus, you need to have the full excess mana and the full excess life. Because otherwise, you're already capped at 20% of your life as temporary life. You're gaining these bonuses for every 5% base max life you have as temporary life. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you're only going to be able to get this 4 times, which is 1%, which will give you 4 total. Then the mana will give you an extra 4. So where the fuck is the remaining 2? Is there a way you can... Wait, it says of base max life. So your max life might be different from your base max life. So you probably don't even need it. Maybe maybe it doesn't take increased life modifier. So whatever your final life is what it calculates from. No, but your temporary life is also of base max life. So that can be right. I think I was right the first time, but like that makes level 1 kind of awkward because that means you can gain 8%, so you can get the max. Unless I'm missing something. Because at level 5, 50% of base max life, that means you can get 10 of these, which is still just going to be 1%. So that'll be 10%. So you'll be getting 10% damage. Remember, you get 20% damage. There's something I'm missing here. There's something I'm missing here, but this is an elixir, so maybe it's affected by elixir effects. Maybe that's it. That has to be it, because like the name of this kid is elixir of immortality, so maybe it's actually an elixir, and it's affected by elixir effect. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because otherwise, at max level, even if you get this, it would give you 10% additional damage. You get the mana parts, that's 20% additional damage. You're leaving 10 on the table that I can't figure out where you're going to get from. Then there's the battle pack spirits, which is additional damage, additional minion damage, move speed. When elixir is active, gain damage and minion damage. Additional damage and minion goes to 8%. Then at T6, for every 1 elixir skill cast recently, gain effect up to 12. So with the expectation you can cast 12 elixirs in the span of 4 seconds. That's kind of insane.
This class is gonna be broken.
That's kind of insane. Okay. Because these are the elixirs in question. You can get elemental and erosion res on 1. You can get flat armor, flat evasion, max early res. You can get ES equal to 15% of max life, but then half of the damage penetrates ES. That's the one I was talking about that it's bad for. You can get Proc Quants, which, of course, if you're going a Proc build, that just means you can get multiple projectiles because elixir effect exists. And giga move speed on top of that. The movement speed on this character too. If you go movement speed elixir, woo! For 3 seconds, gain blur, while blur gain defense and less curse effect taken. Minions have a 25% chance to explode on attack or spell kill, dealing true damage. So that's the explode one. Twelve percent of incoming damage is transferred to a random minion. That is an interesting one that I would have probably used last week. Because explode and then damage transfer. I was stacking damage transfer. I think I could get up to like 50 something percent. This would take me up to 60 something. Incoming phase is converted to fire. Ignite is inflicted. Inflicted is replaced with scorch. So now you can scorch. Huh. We never could scorch. For 3 seconds, phase damage converted to this, to cold damage. Incoming phase is converted to cold. Recently started ES recharge can no longer be interrupted by damage, and ES recharge speed is increased by 10%. This is going to be another one we would want to use on many ES classes, regardless of. This is going to be a must use on any ES build. This replaces 4 starts, 100%. I guess it doesn't because it has to start to begin with, but it replaces the core talent we're taking. I forget the name. Barrier of Radiance replaces that guy. Incoming phase damage is converted to lightning damage. Damage is lucky. Can sum up to 4 Goblin Elders. Cast Frostclaw and Firebird. So it is with the flasks that you can summon up to 4. Wait, Goblin Elders. Doesn't this number scale with levels? Where are the levels? Yeah, you can summon 2, 3, 4. And summon 4 Goblin Priests of Elements, which is what we're currently looking at. Oh, these are just new active skills. Okay. I was confused. It has nothing to do with the hero. I was so confused. I'm like, that makes no sense. So this is the skill itself. You can call someone up to 4 of these guys, which is fine. New support skill. Whenever freeze is inflicted on any commission skills, supported skills cooldown is refreshed. Movement distance is reduced to 8 meters. Oh, this is a frigid transmission noble. Star up increases. This is probably going to be big for Gemma. Big mobility. Related adjustments. I still don't see why people are saying it's for the new class. Like she has like pretty decent hero traits.
I wonder if there's so many cool uniques that make some of your effects apply to minions or something. I don't know.
That would be cool, but I haven't seen anything that gives them your flask
This
effects.
person's getting a lot of power. I don't see the minion vibe unless it's literally like a double dip.
Yeah, because like many of the things she has says, you know, affects minions. Like you and your minions gain the damage, and she has a lot of defensive boosts as well. But there's that oomph isn't there for we want this to be a minion ascendancy, if that makes sense.
But, I mean, the question is it a good enough all rounder that it doesn't matter?
That is
like elixir effect multipliers and shit.
I doubt it, unless it's an elixir that gives you minion stats, which there isn't. Because if there was one that give you get like minion damage or some weird minion, you know, that would make it like there's the minion explode, and if you go for the minion explode and you giga scale the effect, that could be good clear, but like that's for clear, not SS, you know. That's the only elixir that mentions minions. Everything else is defensive or player offensive. So I don't know. There's a lot of support for support Spectres though. Like you take this Spectre for to be a support character because like there's even a noble gem that makes them take 99% less damage. And they do
9% less.
no,
They deal like 9%
they are
less.
immune to damage rather. They just don't take damage, but they are dealing like 99% less damage, so they don't do damage either.
Why would you want to someone? Wait, isn't that something that you just literally put on like a damage transfer minion in the end game?
Yeah, you put on that, and don't forget they come with rare modifiers. Like they come with modifiers, so they can give you attack speed, movement speed. Like
So these guys will actually be part of the game.
yeah,
So, like the minion haters are gonna be like kind of damn bad.
yeah. I see spell program being big. I honestly see spell burst being huge for this. The minion spell burst belt, because there's actually apparently a mod that's like +1 max spell burst, which is huge for any spell burst build, especially the one that wants to use that belt. Melee skill area, code infiltration. There's infiltration. There's deterioration chance for minions. What's deterioration? It's an ailment or something,
thing,
but like
yeah.
I guess there's probably a Spectre that does deterioration baseline, and this will help that one, I think. There's life protocol, there's armor break protocol. By the way, like this one, that's like life protocol, it's 10% additional max life for you and your allies. So you as a summoner get it, as an example. There's energy shield.
Upgraded there.
Yeah, there's energy shield protocol, which is additional max energy shield for you and your allies. Dude, Boss Rush just got giga buffed with this because this is a traveler talent. So now all unique bosses, like if you take that node, it has a 1.6% chance to drop it. There's now a chase drop with Boss Rush. It's not it kind of like this gives it a bit of less lootal, more dopamine drops, and I think that's a fantastic change for free to play. I think that is actually very, very, very good.
Never felt like I need to pay for anything in TLI. I don't know what you even paid for, but I don't think it's pay to win like other people say it is.
Haste protocol is going to be giga expensive on any minion because minions summoned by the supported skill grant 20% MS to you and your allies.
20%.
20%.
That's the minion 10 you need, by the way.
Surely, right? There's even proj speed here. Plus proj quantity and horizontal projectile piercing count for minions summoned by the skill. Who would need this? There are many projectile bosses. Then there's skill area, 60% skill area to you and allies? Isn't that's big, isn't it? Then there's one with res, gives you and your allies res. You being the ally. Minions summoned by this skill grants ailment damage to you and allies. So basically anything that says protocol. Ailment protocol is going to be insane with dirty tricks. Holy shit. This is going, if you're going for DPS Spectres, this is going to be the mod you want. Everything else is optional. This mod you must get. This is going to be the must-have mod. You take this, you take dirty tricks, you get ailment termination, G fucking G. Giga damage. 100% chance to attack block and spell block for minions summoned by supported skills, and then they taunt when blocking. 100% chance to taunt is kind of wild. I think block baseline has you take some damage, so this wouldn't be immune to damage, but be giga tank, I think, for them. 3% life regen to you and allies. 30% attack and cast speed to you and allies, by the way. 30%. Then there's an elemental protocol that is all hidden in Chinese. There's a 5% that's probably applying to the minion. But I think this is a 100% increased elemental damage to you and allies. But I could be wrong. Could be wrong with that. So like all these damage boosts, screw all of that. Ailment protocol is mandatory. This one, mandatory. And then once you have that, you can then go for anything else. Ailment protocol, then now start mixing and matching, get your haste protocol for your movement speed or whatever else you want to do. Get your explode. Where's the explode, by the way? I don't think I saw it. Probably one of these that are fully in Chinese. There was one that was an explode. I don't know what transience program could even possibly be. I see minus 20% and I see plus 30%. No idea what that means. But I think I remember seeing during the review there was an explode one. Oh wait, was the explode something else? We'll find out, I guess. I'm going to try to pick up an early one is what that means. We'll try picking up an early. Wait, what is this? There's 2 modules. And this one seems to have more auras. Why does this one have more auras? I don't remember what was the effects. Why would it have aura overrides? That gives it auras. Oh, I think these might be granted. I feel like they are granted by because what is source code? What is aura override? I feel like they are granted by the class specific hero memories. But let me go back to where they talk about them.
It's at 10%, and there's even a mysterious affix that activates the persistence aura for you and your minions. What with additional random. Beyond their base effects, module skills also roll with additional random affixes. Some examples: boost your minion's action speed and your own movement speed, on-kill explosion effects.
Source code meltdown. So it's just a random drop. So basically this is the correct full list. Because this is source code meltdown, which is the explode. Oh shit, it's fully in Chinese. Holy. So that and condensation, I'll have just zero idea what they do. So aura overrides. Minions can grant you a level 1 precise aura, by the way. Just in case you need more convincing. They can spawn with level 1 precise weapon amp, charge flames, electric conversion, frigid domain, steadfast. So defensive and offensive auras are all on the table. Even swiftness for movement speed. All there. Tenacity Pulse is 50% chance to grant when minions from the supported skills hits, 50% chance to grant you and allies 1 stack of Tenacity blessings. So you can also use them to get blessings. I feel like you might have a damage one and a support one if you can have the max. But I guess Iris 2 will definitely use these for support 100%. Instead of the random synthetic troops, you just use this instead. Because we wanted to use synthetic troops anyways to get certain buffs. This is just huge for support. Like, genuinely. Power surge, meltdown is the explode, condensation, we don't know what that is. And then breakpoints. 18% call this has 18% call. Okay. we have a helmet for that too. So like this is not insane, but that is wild. They can just spawn with 18% call. Minions summoned by this skill fix the erosion resistance of nearby enemies within 10 meters at 10. That is insane for Iris. That is actually insane for Iris because like you're typically not running minus erosion res curse until like way into the late game. If you can get this early on, that is a big DPS boost. Then there's additional CDR for minion support summoned by the supporter skill, which is overclock composition. And then CD cooldown recovery speed and injury buffer for you and your allies. 20% injury buffer? 20%. Okay. What do I know? Okay. Okay. These are insane modifiers, by the way. Like, actually. All right.
For all the quality of life
I think we will just have to figure out what bosses we actually care about. Someone will probably make a video on it, and if no one does, maybe I'll look into it myself, make a video. We'll see, because there's a lot of options. My guess is the Goblin Priest seems very not Priest of Elements. Still, there's a Goblin Priest that does the hand one. I need to figure out. I think it's just base Goblin Priests. Frostclaw, this is the one. We don't care for its Firebird because I feel like Firebird has bad cast time, and we want to avoid CDR on this minion so it doesn't use it as much. Oh, never mind. You actually want to use it. When projectiles fired by this skill hit an enemy, adds 8% of cold damage as fire damage, which is adds 10% of cold damage as fire damage, cycle up to 8 times. And seeing as the main skill has base cold damage, I think that's insanely strong. This would be a very good support minion, is what that means, because here's the beauty of Iris. If I were to go Frost Magi, which I think is going to be what I do, with this guy, Frost Magi has 100% cold damage base. We're going to be going Erosion Magi to convert all of that, all the elemental and physical damage from Magi to Erosion. Now, what this will do is every single time it uses the second, which is going to be Firebird, which will for this one, we're going to be stacking CDR. Every single time it uses Firebird, and let's say we're able to get to the maximum buff effects of 80% cold damage as extra fire, that just means now we have the base 100% of the cold damage that's Frost Magi already doing, converted to Erosion. But then we have an extra 80% that's now fire that's still going to convert to Erosion and still get scaled. So if we can get 100% uptime on this, that'll be giga damage. On top of the supporting mods that the Spectre already comes with. This is a good choice for support as well as DPS, I think. Goblin Priest, my eyes are on you. But I'm sure there's somebody here that they didn't show that is giga. It's one of those things where I'm looking at them and I kind of remember most of them, but like Ichi Storm, I don't know who the fuck that is. Like I have an idea, but like Auric Shot just didn't sound familiar. Tyrant is the guy with the big slash. ENT Great Elder, I think, is the one that throws the wave of roots at you, which I think is this guy, and he deals the erosion. I don't know what this sweep is. Fan-shaped area in front of you. I don't remember doing any fan-shaped area. The automatons. This is the one that's Ember Automaton, Ground Slam. Gains a buff when casting these skills. 25% less damage dealt by enemies within 10 meters nearby. Lasts for 5 seconds. And he also gains skill area from minions summoned by the supporter skill for every one command. I really like the amount of detail they've put into the different module skills. Like each, like I just clicked this one randomly and I just realized, oh, this one has skill area scaling with command. Most of the other ones don't. So like they each have tiny quirks that just make them different. Like this Amber Winged Beast, which I think I'm pretty sure is the one that flies in an area and leaves spikes and then throws those 3 projectiles constantly at you. That guy, his own has 100% phase converted to cold just because. I think he just has the spike burst might honestly end up being a decent skill as well. Proc fired by this skill are not affected by proc quantity, but they can shotgun. They always penetrate. It doesn't say that you can, so you there is no benefit for scaling additional projectiles with this guy. I do have good ideas for like many of them. Lean Phantom, who are you? Erosion damage, Flickering Shadow. Teleports to the target enemy and attacks in a circular area, dealing attack phase. Increases the skill damage dealt to wilted enemies, but consumes their wilt stacks. Scene of the Fallen. Cast this skill and attacks many circular areas after a brief delay, dealing this equal to many circular areas. Is this one of those guys that has, is it the one that has that I feel like it's a Dark Surge beast that has that projectile wall. I could be very wrong. I mean, nothing I can do about these for now, Sha. So I think that's enough TLI for now. It's time to switch to Hero Siege. Warden's Breastplate went from passive skills to minion skill level. And baseline, it is now... Holy shit, they just giga buffed Warden's Breastplate. Now I can drop in minions, only deal physical damage, elemental damage, or erosion damage. So you no longer need to corrode it.
Yeah, Minion's Breastplate change was fucking insane.
What the fuck?
Like, what are the corruptions now?
That's a good question.
The next question.
I like how they to move and then the game just say, wait, hold up, chill. It looks like the
I'll play some
corrosion
tomorrow when I get my new monitor. Can't really do a leveling thing and be all tabbing every time I level up.
Why do you need to alt tab?
Full leveling setup.
Is it for the items?
Item skills.
Attributes are straightforward. The skills.
I mean, attributes is too, but yeah. The build I was going to play like swaps multiple times, so I'm just gonna wait till tomorrow.
Okay.
Just one day.
Sounds good. It looks like the corrosion is now just your minions can only deal physical damage, but then 10% additional minion physical damage and the elemental and erosion. I think that's the corrosion.
That's a really good change. It also makes that boss like unID'd version of that might be worth something now. I mean, it was
Yeah.
always good, but like now it's gonna be like
Mm-hmm.
you don't have to ID it.
You know that's corrupted, and the fact that it now has minion skill levels as well is huge. It's nerfed for Moto 2 though because of the loss of max life, but it is what it is, I guess. Besides, Moto 2 wanted elemental damage anyways and would happily give up that max life for the elemental damage, so works out. And still gains 2 minion levels, which also helps with, I think, does the health even scale with levels? I forget. The damage does. I don't think the health does. Iron Nest change was also just big. Horn Ring had the minion damage increase. They nerfed the crits portion though. Jesus, they gutted it.
What they got?
Okay, they didn't gut it. Okay, they did nerfed it. It wasn't a gut. Because like I saw 240 and I saw 100. I'm like, what do you mean? But it's actually 120 to 100. Okay. Oh, Horn Ring. It was a very good early unique you would get to beat Traveler. They nerfed the crit portion and increased the percent minion damage, which is obviously not what you want. Anything else catch my eye? Mere Eternity. They buffed it. They increased the injury buffer. They increased the armor effective rate, and then they removed the life and nerfed the armor. Makes it harder to reach the caps, but it makes it more potent when you do. 40% armor effective rate, which means it can cap it by itself. That's huge, actually. That's actually so huge. Might be a mirror Italian Tango Virus too. Might be. Is this cube? Memory.
Did they buff Cube?
I just said the values of certain values and position of certain small and medium talents. Oh, so these are memory changes, not memory, passive tree changes rather, I think.
So if Cube is unchanged, do we log in?
Now each point of command additionally grants synthetic troops movement speed and less damage taken. So command is just also scaling defenses for them now. That's actually very big. Do we log into Cube? I don't know. They buffed the growth value at tier 5? Holy shit, they doubled it. 50% more damage now when you hit tier 5. That is insane too. Okay. Anything else of notes? Hero trait adjustment. I think they adjusted Moto 1. That'll be the last thing I check. Yeah, it says Moto. For every 5 command, overloaded minions naturally recover 1% of max life. Minions with overload and not low life gain additional damage. So this is what it has now. Maybe this is what it had before. It's actually just going to be easier to see here. Where's order calling Moto? Additional overload duration, attack has speed when you have overload. This is what it currently is. Now this is level 60. Minions with overload regenerate 1% of max life per second for every 5 command owned. Gain overload for 6 seconds after a synthetic troop minion is spawned. synthetic minions we defeated 6 seconds after spawning. Additional overload effect. What the fuck? What the fuck? So I guess this is one trait, just like this one is one trait. For every 5 command, yeah, for every 5 command, regen 1% of life per second. And then when they gain big multi damage when they are not on low life and they have overload. This is also attack cast speed when they have overload. And this is overload effects for every 5 command owned up to 180%. This is double aura area. Additional attack cast speed when you or your minions are affected by an aura. Additional damage for every aura affecting you and your minions. This is ass. Because at the best case scenario, if you have 5 auras affecting you, wait, no, it's not. Because with the new Spectres, you can get to 6 aura, I guess. But if you have 5, that's 40% additional damage, right? Yeah, my math is mathing. 40%. And if you get the 6th one, that's 48%. Yeah, that's kind of still meh. But then it also comes with additional attack cast speed, but the attack cast speed doesn't scale, which is the problem. That is the problem. And it also doesn't come with aura effects. So like, this is probably still better, the overload effects, because the overload is coming with, it's coming with attack speed. It's coming with, where is overload? Where's your description? 60% additional damage, which is scaled with overload effects. And then at level 5 is 22% additional damage. So 60% and then 22%, and these are different multipliers. So I think they would multiply each other. Because it says additional damage on minions have overload. And this is overload's base effect. So 60% base that gets scaled, and then this. And then because they're overloaded, you know, there's nothing else that gives overload and additional effects, just 60%. So 180% means that's almost 200% overload effect. 200% would be 180% additional damage. So 180% is like 170-ish or something like that. 170, 175% additional damage from minions at the high end. But it takes 50 command to hit the cap. I hate that there's a cap too. I really hate that there's a cap. I really hate that there's a cap. I feel like there shouldn't be a cap. You'll have all these effects that come when you get overload. I guess if you really wanted to, you could go for constantly resummoning your minions, which would involve getting Giga overload effects when they first get it. Then have them die when after 6 seconds. So you only need your overload to last 6 seconds. And then have them resummon. Once they get resummoned with maybe wind rhythm, they'll have 30% additional effect, which is multiplicative. And this is also additional overload effects. So like 140% additional, 30% additional, and then you get this one, which is also more overload effects to get multiplied by these two. So you're probably the best in slots is probably gonna be temporary minions on Moto 1, where you use Wind Rhythm to resummon them. Unironically. And you only need 50% overload duration because you only need to last 6 seconds. Maybe you go for more, I don't know. We'll see. You probably just want to maximize the cooldown on overload and you don't care as much about the duration. Because the base cooldown is 12 seconds. You want it to be every 6 seconds. We'll see how it goes. We'll see. That's probably the best in slot though. Anyways, hero siege time. That is the last change that is relevant to something I want to look at. I don't care to check for anything else. Yeah. All right, let's switch the hero title to Hero Siege, or the stream title to Hero Siege. Let's open the game. We only have like 20-30 minutes of Hero Siege. But let's make it count. Oi, what is going on here? Oh, it's downloading something? Why is there more content for it to download? Anyways, I'll use the time to change my titles, I guess. Here we go. Give me a second. I'm gonna go pee and I'll be back. I'm back. Necrotic Legion hero skin. So I can equip all of these now. It is here. All right. So, updates on this character, because we've made quite a few since last time. We are now in hell difficulty, and we are level 100 is what that means. Being a level 100 means we can now use items such as these. So now we have the full abomination sets, giving us, I think +3 was expensive. I was just about wondering why I didn't get +3. +3 was expensive. Giving us some minion movement speed, some attack speed, some life, some levels, some minion res, but more importantly, +1 to summon amounts, as well as +1 summon amount from this. So now you will very quickly notice that I can now have 3 of these guys, which is huge, very huge. I plan on getting a 4th too. I can also get some abomination, so like this guy, as well as that guy, and this one, this flying guy. I can get like 3 of them. Let me just make sure I can get number 4. Yeah, it's only 3. There's a bounty board. You must own a copy of Gates of Valhalla expansion. Oh, it's $3? Oh shit. Say less. Oh, the game capture is working? Holy, I didn't know that was going to work for this. So what's the difference between the collector's edition and the non-collector's edition? It has a giga sale, so it's $6. Ends 20th of April. Act 8 expansion, Jotun class, quest line, side quests, new enemies and bosses, and then dungeons to explore. Collector's edition is Jotun emotes, golden Viking skin, 2 hot stars, and 2 new portraits. So that's the difference. What's the difference in price? $4 versus $6. So a $2 skin. Sure. Why not, I guess. So now how do I make sure that I have this? Yeah, it's already in my Steam library. Okay, cool. Just making sure. I will need to install it, it looks like, but we can do that before tomorrow's stream and have that on the tomorrow stream. Why is the aspect ratio a bit off? Like something is off about it. It has like a tiny bit of itself outside the capturable field. And if I match it correctly, there's like a black space at the bottom. I'll just go display capture. It's not even that deep. Anywho.
Back on Ellie.
You're back on Ellie?
Been playing it for, yeah, I've actually been playing it for like an hour plus.
Nice.
Took a sec to get into the group, but we're back.
As the guardian of Ruby Gardens, I grant passage to those who have proven their word by finding a rare ruby key, usually held by treasure gobblers. Do you wish to enter? I do not have that, I don't think. I need to get a mercenary. But anyways, this is what my damage currently looks like in hell. I think it's pretty chill. As you can see, I'm level 102, which means I don't die too frequently, thankfully. I still have really good damage for it. My treants do giga work, but then my other minions are actually now doing like good damage as well. And I have, as you might notice, a very healthy amount of other minions too. One thing I need to do, however, is I need to figure out what league mechanics I want to farm, and I need to watch videos on that topic to decide, because I'm not... Where is the ether tree? I know this guy is what? The bossing tree, but it's also recommended, or it was recommended by... It was this Sleepy Cats to focus the bossing tree first. Because by going for the tree first, you have a node that gives you chance for Act Boss to respawn. This node is apparently really good for farming a ring I want to farm. I need to clear hell difficulty first. Slay Reaper, Satan, Damien in Archdemon Plateau on hell difficulty. Reaper, Satan, and Damien. I think those are the Uber bosses it wants me to kill. Clear any tier key dungeon and open the chest on hell difficulty. I mean, I don't fully remember how to get those keys. Actually, I might already have some because I know I have a crystal key. Yeah, I do have a crystal key, so maybe I try it on the next dungeon I run into. I can now also mine Ruby. I can't do Jade yet, but I can do Ruby. I'm looking forward to being able to get the Arathium. And then for my passive tree, I'm kind of winging it, but I know what I want first. Without a shadow of a doubt, I know what I want first. And that is, there is a node apparently on the tree. Incarnation tree here, which is... Let me just make sure I'm not dying. Nah, I'm chilling. This one gives my minions splash damage around the target, which is really nice. But this is the one I want, which is maximum summon amount. So this will give me 4 ENT Colossus, which is huge. And then this is also going to be really good to get. past that, I don't fully know what I want. Probably going to come like somewhere here for some extra summon behavior changes. I don't really know what I want from probably this guy actually. So damage based on life would probably not be a bad choice. Cross here, pick up something else here. Chance for summon projectiles to chain on hits. Plus 1 extra proj is huge. Proj size. I'm surprised there's no proj speed. Void blast with it. My problem with void blast is that it's going to do void damage, and I don't really do void damage. Wait, they are this tiny now? I'm just not realizing. I didn't realize they were that tiny. They are hilariously small. Who is dropping what? Hunting gloves. That didn't sound like a set drop. Oh well. Do I even have a chaos key? I don't have a chaos key. Oh, I have 9. Okay. Archangel staff, kin of the whatever. But yeah, and the funny thing about my character is I haven't actually had to stop progressing at any point. Like I've just been blasting since I was in nightmare difficulty. I think I kind of like this mechanic a bit. I think I kind of like the mechanic. I kind of haven't fully figured it out. I know it has to do with like keeping him alive by killing enemies, and I feel like I do a good job. I just don't know if there's a universe where he doesn't die. I don't think I've had that happen where his life doesn't empty, because it seems like I want his life to MS and magic find. All attributes and auras, all attributes. This is 3% magic find and 3% MS. Do I really want it on rock belts to remove all attributes? I feel like all attributes is giving me diminishing returns at this point. But 3% increase magic find is, how much is it? Is this statistics summoned? No, base stats probably. Yeah, I have 150%. And I don't have a mercenary yet. 3% is not doing too much for me. When I level it up, it could be probably a lot more decent. But for now, let's focus on getting power and getting way higher in hell first. And then when we get to like hell 5 and we're chilling and all of that, I can then make the executive decision and not do that. Oh, this is the circle guy. I actually like the circle one because battle fragments are pretty quick. Like, this is a very quick mechanic. I get in and I kill enemies. It's like Breach. And then when I get to 50 battle fragments, I get to face the boss. I think that's how you face Uber. Is it Damien? There's an Uber boss that's down there. I forget which one is there. I wish there was a way to more reliably proc thorned roots with my ENTs, but like there really isn't. My current goal is to kill Mervius in hell difficulty, so I can kind of start the quest. Did I just leave a crystal key? I feel like I did. A chaos key, not a crystal key. If I can kill Mervius in hell, then I can start working on that ring. That ring is the reason why Sleepy Cat recommends going for the bossing tree first. But like at the same time, the time it takes to get there, you know, it takes quite a bit of Atlas points, and I'm not entirely fully sure how to do that. All right, I think this is where we face Satan. Let's kill him real quick, and then I don't know how fast he's going to die. I assume very quick. Okay, not nearly as quick as the non-hell versions. So like maybe I'm actually going to have mechanics to do this time. I had to deal with a few mechanics. 25 mil DPS. That's actually kind of nice. The Tinker Dink. I hate these wasps, man. They are deadly. I think I really like the circle mechanic because battle fragments are very straightforward to farm. What I will need to do is I need to price check battle fragments to see if it's worth. It's also very good for my build because everything is spawning around this general area. I can kind of take my time in killing everything. Oh, there's a ruby vein there. Because like anything that has me killing a certain area, which is why I'm kind of against the one that is like a replication of your zone, like the mirage like. By the way, there's a mirage like lead mechanic in this game.
Is there?
Yeah, it's not like it's not like copies a portion of your map, but you literally go into it and it's another version of your map with different mobs that are tankier and give different loots and stuff like that. But yeah, that's why I'm against it, because like that one, I don't think my clear speed will match like other builds, but like in the breach like mechanic, we're chilling. We found the exits. I should have taken that. I don't think this is an important area. Wait. Hold up. Isn't this the area? Isn't it in hell you stop needing to explore every single area on every single completion? So it should be worth it for me to pick this up. Because like if I wanted to come back to this zone for whatever reason, if I die on my way here, I get so pissed. We're still... I got an old rune for my troubles. Not too bad. But yeah, I really need to price check those fragments. Battle fragments are being sold for 800 each. This is average of 500, but like that seems like something I really want, doesn't it? Wait, so that means battle fragments come from... Is it from this guy? It might be this one. No, it's not. It's not this. This is the spirit we just fought. I actually do like this one quite a bit as well. I think it's this one, Eternal Battlefield. Yeah, battle fragments, it is. Amount of monsters spawn, chance to spawn in your maps. Either way, I want to be in this area. What is going on here? It says I have 5 points left. What the fuck? So these are challenge dungeons. Which one is Unholy Siege? Like oh, it's the... Oh, I know the one. I know the one. It spawns monsters around an area. It's honestly not bad. I like it as well. It's good for my build. Am I missing something? Does it not say points left? Can I not use the tree yet? What is he waiting for? Do I not start in the middle? Where does one start? Do I need to talk to someone? Maybe I need to beat Mervius or something. Maybe. Because I'm so confused. Honestly, I also don't mind just mine, if I'm being honest. Getting my mining levels over and done with would be pretty good. Prophet's wisdom, flawed skull. +4 to explosion. Okay. Probably not worth anything. But let's just imagine it was. I think chaos pillars are probably one of the better ways to scale or to farm relics. Jesus Christ, man. Less XP gain. I really like the life replenish buff I'm getting from my crawler as well. That's very underrated buff. All right, time for Morbius or whatever the fuck his name is. Actually, was that ore? No, just an enemy. Where are they, these guys? All right, let's go. What does that do?
As eternal as existence itself, you can achieve
Mevius time. Dude has like 350 mil deep health. Actually, it was actually a bit more than that. Probably was in the 400 mils. But he's about to die. God damn it. The mechanics I hadn't seen before, I'm seeing now. No, I didn't get the waypoint fucking here. Okay, we'll go back and we'll get it. All right. I think that we might have actually gotten all the waypoints. I say that because the pathing I'm taking reminds me of the pathing I took when I tried to kill Mevius in pre-hell, and I was trying to get the ring, not realizing it would only drop in the hell kill. At least that's what his video said. I don't know if he's actually. There we go. Yeah, this is the mysterious key I was trying to get. I didn't realize that it was locked to hell. So it had to be Hell Mevius kill. So that's my first Hell Mevius. That being said, I do think Parallel Dimension should have a... I feel like it should have a waypoint. So let's go find it. So we've done Hell 1. I think that unlocks what? Hell 2 or 3? I think it's 2. But we can, I think we can now skip all the way to Mevius in Hell 2 and whenever we're ready, so we don't need to actually farm Hell 2, not really. And then we can kill that, go to Hell 3, and then Hell 3 unlocks 4 and 5. So I can skip 4 and then go straight to 5, something along those lines. Something like that. Not entirely sure. I think this zone has a waypoint I didn't find. Anywhere there's a ruby vein, we are yoinking it real quick. We're 607. We need 750 for Jade. But the beautiful part is even when we unlock Jade, we'll still be able to get XP from Ruby. So we just need red and above at that point, in which case it's a much quicker grind. There we go. This is the waypoint we're missing. Dawn Farm. I think this is where we're supposed to go. And if I remember correctly, it was somewhere here and then up here. Page 11. And then this boss, to get the page, I'm going to have to farm Act 1 boss. Basically, I think I can do it in any hell difficulty, so I'm just going to spam it in Hell 1. That is a lot of runes. That is honestly not a bad ring. What does my second ring look like? Just additive poison, flat poison, and life. This is all attributes flat poison. Mana after each kill. I need to actually get a proper ring and belt. So I think I need to just keep doing this. I hate that the waypoints by the bosses are temporary waypoints. That one disturbs me. But on the bright side, I am farming my mining alongside this boss. I just realized I was in the wrong form. My G, where is it? Where is it? You know, I'm beginning to think I should probably just wait until I can actually fit those points I mentioned. Because it really wouldn't be a bad idea to have a 25% chance to just resummon the boss. It means for every 4 bosses I kill, it means for every 4 bosses I kill, I get an extra 1 free.
Mother Nature always prevails.
I have 7 left. How do I use them? Do I have to talk to someone? Is that it? Can I now quick claim? Am I missing something? Holy. Why is it working now? Because I'm in town? Is that it? Is that the piece I've been missing? So realistically, how many points till I get here? That's 1. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is my bossing tree, and this is my clear tree. 12.2k. This is what I've been trying to avoid using these. Anyways, where is this snowy area? We have a lot of ice keys. Let's try here. I want to just do a challenge dungeon so I can get more points. There should be a dungeon somewhere here, right? There, we found it. What are the dimensional shards for? We'll price check those. More dimensional shards. So now I just need to clear here. So there's multiple different levels. Increases your movement speed for a short period. This is a relic, a movement speed relic. Well, it's 6% movement speed. That's not a lot. Let me see if this site has the maximum. Where is relic? Hola. Is this light cola? Yes, it is. Plus 20 to boosts of energy. 65% movement speed for 5 seconds with a 25-second CD and a nah, gee, we're not doing that. What about the guys I already have? What do we get? Orb of poison. Minus 30. So basically it's just going to be 10x whatever you have at level 1. It's a linear progression. So this will be 30 attributes, 20 attributes and 10 auras, 30 MS and 20 attributes. Like, this is way better than this guy that is very poor uptime. So I think that's what I was missing. I just needed to be in. Why did that sound like a level up? I just need to be in town. So I need a tier 4 key dungeon on hell difficulty. I also need to kill Archdemon Plateau. What have I done differently, my G? Why can I not do this? Do I need to be in Act 1 town? What is wrong? I didn't do anything special last time. Brother in Christ, what is this? I'm also just now realizing I could have pathed here for Damien and I've saved the points. What on earth am I doing wrong? Like, am I bugging? Why can't I switch this? I need to vote resets? Is that what I'm doing wrong? It looks like it. That's dumb. So if I do 1, 2, 3, I can remove 1, 2, 3, 4. So now I just need 1, 2, 3, 4. Whereas with this one, so the easiest thing for me to do right now might be the bossing segments. But I also need to clear a T4 key. So we'll save and exit. We'll see what it looks like switching to like Hell 2. I can go all the way to 3 already. Okay, so it skips off to 3. And if I go into 3, will I get a point? Looks like no. So I need to clear Hell 3. That's the next goal to get points. Or do Archdemon Plateau. Let me see. I want to see the bosses. That's kind of what I want to see here. It's not in his helpful resources. But I guess if I go here, I can see Archdemons of Hell. Right? Nope. Key prices. Is POB without POB? I'm not even doing any of that. I'm just trying to figure out what I need to do to get this. I think it's bossing. I'm not sure, but I also know that there's a point locked behind my battle fragments that I plan to farm. So like, I just want to get points so that I can go for my ring on Damien. Archdemon Portal, random spawns when doing Chaos Pillars. Is that it? So I just click every Chaos Pillar that showed up in my map? Or is there a tier I should be looking at? Because I've been spending Chaos Keys and I haven't got to those portals. Is it, wait, is that the thing that I did where I got teleported and I had to face Satan in like normal difficulty when I was like in Act 1 or Act 2 or something? Because like I faced, like I killed some mobs on my first build, my Necromancer, and I got teleported. All of a sudden I'm fighting Satan and then I just die. And I was like, what the fuck? That's it, right? Okay. So it means it's kind of rare, but there's no entry cost to chaos to these. Where is it? Which one is you? No, you are the chaos pillars there. There's no entry cost to these, but I guess if I wanted to farm it, if I really wanted to like focus it, I would go for what would I go for actually? Activate twice will probably help a lot. Boss material affix, what does that do? What ring are you going for? Soul Forge ring. But before I start farming it, I've been advised to basically go for this node first, which would make the grind a lot easier because for every reset you're getting 1.25 boss skills. So I would like to get this one, which means I need to clear Hell 3 or clear tier 4 dungeon, or this. These are the three options I have currently. So I'm just trying to figure out a plan of action because I want to ideally get it as my next upgrade. So I don't know if I can do Hell 3. Mevius was not a hard fight in Hell 1, but I assume Hell 3 is a stretch. Maybe Hell 2 I can do, but I think Hell 3 is pushing it. Without getting upgrades to my character. I do think I can easily replace this belt, these gloves, this ring. Probably this one as well. These are the easiest to upgrade. This is my bis, so I'm not too concerned. This I need to replace eventually. This is bis. This is bis for now. So yeah, 1 2 3 4 5 6 are the ones I can more easily replace because these are the ones I didn't buy, I dropped. This is, I think, bis for now as well. Speaking of, is there an all-res jewel? I feel like there isn't, but I guess jewels can have. There is a rune. How much all-res are we talking about? And is it worth using, or do I just keep going offense? It's called 17k. That's expensive, but it's 8% auras. It's a high rune. I see it's red. How much are these going for? When you're selling things like these shards, do you follow the average price or do you follow the prices you see here? Because this guy just sold 185 for like 400 a piece, which is kind of cheap. But like these guys are also on the expensive side, but they sold. And I feel like average price is the smart thing to use, but like it can be easily manipulated because it's average, right? What is a good rule of thumb? What would you say? Follow the latest sales? You manually check it. Of all the options, I was hoping that would not be the answer. It's going for 1200 actually. It looks like a fair amount is going for 1200, which is way above the average. Okay. Question. When I favorite stuff, is it just for the current session? Because like I favorited a bunch of things. When I came, was it yesterday? It wasn't in favorite. Marker rework, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Battle fragments. Oh my god. Gets 2700 a piece? I'm sitting on a gold mine. So like this by itself is what? 30-40k? Leads to a boss that drops Uber boss material / Uber that descent boss drops. That is good. Wait, hold up. my dimensional shards? Check your main? Like my necromancer? Why would he be there? Or my mail? Oh, okay. Yo, shit scared me. I'm like, what? Okay. That's kind of weird, but I also kind of get it. Okay, they're all revealed. I don't think any of these are going to be worth anything. Oh, wait. You might be worth something, actually. You are not. This is a bottom roll. I'm never going to bother selling it. I'm assuming there aren't any slot. Why? Can you explain this to me? RMT? Going to add a mod might be RMT. Okay. Because like shit don't make no sense. And it's trades like these that inflates the average price. The prevalence RMT. I feel like this should be worthless. Cool. All right, nothing else here. So we're going to sell everything that is in here because all right. So the next thing I should be trying to do is just clearing chaos pillars, getting hero levels, and I need to pick this up. But anyways, is there a maximum amount of points I can get on this tree? Or is it infinite? There is not. So it's just all about the grind, eh? What is is there a meta currently? And how important are these jewelry slots? Because I think I've seen... I feel like I've seen people rush to like jewelry slots or have some weird bending trees. But my first rush is going to be this guy for the plus max summon amounts. That's my current plan at least. Get this guy. Because I feel like this one will be pretty decent for AoE. And the additional projectile, which should also be good for the ENTs. The node above it +1 node. You mean this one? Or you meant above the jewelry slot? This is where I'm pathing to. And then from there, oh, you mean this one? Yeah, this one is good for the ENT, some Colossus, because I mean additional attack or projectile on attack is, I mean, this is multi-strike, right? But not only is it multi-strike, it is for the proccing vines we have, it can proc another projectile on that. And that is why I'm also going to be pathing towards this chain node. Is it the chain? Not the chain. The fork, because it's +1 proj. +1 proj should be pretty good. I don't care too much for the chance to fork on it, even though I feel like these two would be very good for the clear of the build. If I'm able to get there, it would take so many points though, because it's going to be like 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Like, just to get this area, we're looking at like 25 hero levels. To get all the way to here, you're looking at another like 15 levels on top of that. So that's like 40 hero levels. I feel like that's way that by the time I'm getting here, I'd be ready for a new character. But I also have a lot of plans on experiencing this current end game, so no guarantees there. Maybe not. But yeah, that's the current plan I have with, what do you call it, with my tree. Glad to see that it's good choices. I mean, once I saw the nodes, I was like, yeah, there's no universe I don't go for that first. Past that, is there any nodes you can think of that I haven't mentioned thus far that I should really be thinking about? Not that you know of? Okay. Paradox of elements. Oh yeah, this one is actually pretty. There's one here that's like minions gain damage based on life. I forget which one it is. Oh, it's this one. It's this one actually here. 18% extra damage based on someone's life, and something like ENT Colossus has a lot of life. So yeah, that's another one that's probably really good, and it has summon life going up to it. Then it has increased int. Wait, dual wield wands? If that was stays, we'd be talking. But yeah, I can't think of anything else. What is a mirror of Odin? A lightning minion, I assume. That is a lot of hastes, but those are a lot of points as well. This is the illusionist area, I imagine. Sand Guardian. Is there a crit? I think this also proves that crit affects minions, right? Because they're all green. And realistically, ENT Colossus, me manually casting it, can't benefit from spell crits. So this is also, I mean, anything that can cast spells, and ENT Colossus cast spells, Raven cast spells, ENT, I don't remember, I don't think ENT cast spells. I don't think ENT cast spells. I think, yeah, I think we just use its attack. This would be a spell. Yeah, I don't think they cast spells currently. You think there's a specific minion crits? Spell crits to grant time surge for 5 seconds. This is crit chance with spells. Yeah, this is just generic crits. So this is also something I can consider getting, these guys. But like, I don't really belong in this area of the tree. But it is something to think about, I guess. And while I'm at it, before I end stream real quick, let me hire my my mercenary, shall we? The Magister Merc. You know, I haven't done this yet. I just literally got the expansion today on stream, so I should be getting that. This is Act 6. I didn't realize it was like $6 in CAD. I think you're the Merc. Because of the mercenary dying. I mean, mine is currently dead because I didn't really pay attention to it. I'll try to focus on this one survivability early though, like before I go for. Why did, oh, this isn't bad, but that's arcane damage. These are the skills that are recommended, but let me see if there's anything that I can, that will be good defensive boost. She really doesn't have anything. Like there's legit nothing here that buffs her own survivability in the slightest. Like this shields the player, not even herself, or it's not both of us. Mainly case of paying the cost to respawn him every time. Where do I see her gear again? Is it here? There. Okay. So plus the skills is very important for this one. So is attack speed. So I need to get big CDR items. What is a good chest? Zephy's gown, which is movement speed, life increase, all res, and magic find. Rune Master's mantle is reduced phase, giga magic find, giga res. We'll do Rune Master's mantle, shall we? I feel like that'll be giga expensive as well. Why are all the rune slots shining? Are these like old pieces from people? Or is the all res just coming strictly because of the runes? Like what's happening here? Wait, the Rune Master's mantle is just 6 support gem or 6 gem slots. Because this says 3 to all skills, yada yada yada. I assume that just is because of the fact that that is what was socketed or something. Because I'm seeing 100% magic find, unless it was nerfed or something. It doesn't have the stats I'm seeing. Like I'm seeing all res here. The screenshot doesn't have all, like, you know, it doesn't have all attributes rather. I assume it was nerfed or something. I could look at ENT blessing. It's +1 all skills. It is damage taking recoup. I need it to have res mandatorily. So I think Zephy's gown is the best. Yeah, Zephy's gown is looking good. I just need decent magic find roll and all res roll. Those are the 2 things I need. This is a 1747. This is actually not bad. 1937. Not quite. 4314. 4022. You are attempting. Because if I can get 50 auras, then all of a sudden I can focus on magic find and life elsewhere, you know? Well, not just that as well. I need life, so there's also that. $47, $18, $45, $15. $20, $40. Is there really just... I wish there was a better way to look for items than what I'm currently doing. Like, genuinely, it's kind of us having to do this. 1649. I see my minion skill of poison. Or at least the guy posted a picture of his gear has a lot of poison gear. Yeah, my minion skill of poison. Also, a potentially bad thing is one of the devs on Reddit said they actually like TLI's marketing the way they add friction to stop bots. There's no stopping bots without friction, my dude. The friction, the bots are out there dragging the thing with you, like it's not stopping them. It really isn't. I think I'll just get the 4717. I'll socket it up or fill it up with runes for now. I know this is going to be expensive, but I am curious. Yep. What I should be going for here is the buckets is Giga Magic Find. It's also Giga Money. All right, Harlequin crests. Any luck there? This is bottom row magic find. I don't want to spend a lot on her, so I'll just buy the bottom one. It's not the biggest deal. This doesn't have any sockets, sadly, so we can just throw it on her. Does minus enemy res help on their skills? I'm still not sure if I'm gonna play the tier licensing due to I don't know if I can handle like I'm that 20 hours of boss rushing into just god chest farming and that being the only two farms as god chest farming isn't as good as you think. They've changed god chest to not be a keystone or a whatever a key. I'll call it keystone. It's no longer a keystone, it's now a compass. Venom Steel Carapace. Is this a chess piece? +3 +5. It is very strong offensively. Why did I pick mine over that? I think it was levels actually. I think it was levels that was the biggest reason I chose mine over this. I wasn't anywhere close to level 94. Pretty sure that's why. They didn't say they nerfed it. They just changed how we access God's chest. So now instead of, you know, clicking the passive, it's not a compass, which means we're at the mercy of the market. 2-5 could be decent. Alongside 4 sockets, honestly, it's pretty good. Also has pretty good other stats. It's only missing 1 level, but I feel like a perfect leveled one is going to be expensive. What does 2 do that this person really wanted so badly? I might just buy this guy. Where are my emeralds? There. Can I freely replace sockets? Like if I don't care about what's in there, can I overwrite it? I cannot overwrite it. I'm not asking if I can remove it because I know I can't remove it without destroying the item. But can I overwrite it? I can destroy the current rune, like the current gem that's inside. So if I go to the crafting cube, wherever it is, and see I drop it in here, then I go socket, was it? Is this it? It requires a perfect jewel and 2 Sal runes. Okay. Because I think I want to put emeralds in there, but I also think I would like some res. This is Giga Poison res, which is nice, and also a big amount of enemy poison ignore, which is also really nice. I'm just deciding if I want to put all res in here as an example, or if I want to go flat poison and like just use these, you know. That's kind of the real question here. So about 50 mil DPS. I guess I'll take my time to decide. I'd have been in a rush to decide for that. Actually, let's focus on this. Buff both our ability powers. Get CDR. Shield me. Wait, so if I do this, Chess is almost capped on res already. Okay. So I guess from this point on, the main thing is defense and life replenish. All right, I think this is a good point to end stream. I'll be back tomorrow. Probably going to be going for the last bits of my Atlas points. We spent a decent chunk of currency just already. We're down to 36k. But now that I know, now that I actually have a semblance of a farming strat, I'm going to be selling those fragments and just going from there. Tomorrow we'll be making some more upgrades. We'll probably finish gearing up the, I almost called him an AG, but basically AG, the mercenary, off stream or on stream, to be honest. Either or. We'll see. Anyways, thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate it. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Till then, have a good night. Adios, TMA.